Richard, why don't you start for the benefit of the people online?
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the Latin Mass Society's 60th anniversary conference being held today at the London Oratory. The conference is on the subject of faith and culture. We welcome our audience not only gathered here today at St. Wilfrid's Hall in the Oratory, but also via live stream. So very welcome to everyone participating in whichever way you are. Just a few housekeeping announcements for those who are here present in the Oratory today. You will have been given a program with the order of proceedings. Each talk will be followed by questions, after which there'll be a brief interlude, and then we'll reconvene for the next session. I'm conscious today is a very warm day here in London, which is lovely in terms of weather, but if anyone finds they're thirsty during the talks, there is a kitchen up the stairs at the top of the building. So if you find yourself in severe need of water or anything like that, do go and help yourself to a glass of water. There will be lunch at 1 o'clock. As you can see, we have limited space here in the hall. So the thing to do is the lunch service will be at the back of the hall, but then you may like to spill downstairs to the forecourt outside or to the hall, just so we can have circulation and everyone is able to collect their lunch. We're delighted that Bishop Athanasius Schneider is with us for almost an entire week, the Octave of Pentecost, and we've been having events across the country, and His Excellency is with us today. There will be pontifical vespers and benediction of the Holy Cross after the conference in the Little Oratory at 5:30, and that will be followed by a reception for those present here in St. Wilfrid's Hall at 6:30. So that's everything from me, and without further ado, I will hand over to our chairman, Dr. Joseph Shaw. So I hope you enjoy the day, and thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Since we're slightly behind schedule, I have one more piece of housekeeping, which is that there's a beautiful young lady willing to sell you books in the room behind us. If you want a book by me, that is. Unfortunately, Bishop Schneider's book, Credo, it sells faster than they can print it. All I can say is that you ought to have a copy of that book, and you ought to buy it from the Latin Mass Society, but if you do so, you may have to wait. So without apology, I'd like to introduce straight away His Excellency.
Dear participants of the conference, for the occasion on the 60th anniversary of the Latin Mass Society, I would like to speak to you about the theme, the joy of the Catholic faith. Be joyful of your Catholic faith. Keep it. As we can read in the book of the Revelation, be faithful unto death, and I will give you the crown of life. These words were spoken through the angel to the first Christian generations. Be faithful, be confident, be joyful of your faith, of the one Catholic and Apostolic faith. The loss of faith, or its corruption, is the greatest misfortune of man, because it affects in its root the worship, the true relationship of the soul with God. And St. Augustine explained it, I quote now, "If faith falters, love itself grows cold. In fact, if a man has fallen from faith, he must necessarily also fall from love. For he cannot love what he does not believe truly exists. But if he believes and loves, then through good works and through diligent attention to the precepts of morality, he also comes to hope to reach the object of his love." So St. Augustine. From the very beginning of the Church, the precious gift of faith has been attacked internally by heresies, ambiguities, and externally by persecutions, which caused apostasy. So both heresy and apostasy are a betrayal of Christ. There have been and will always be heretics and apostates in the Church, not only in the ranks of simple laity, but also in the ranks of the clergy, including high clergy. Our Lord pointed out this reality in the Gospel in the parable of the field of wheat and tares. The defenders of the true faith and the martyrs who resisted heresy and apostasy were the true ornaments and lights of the Church of all times. St. Cyprian, Bishop of Carthage in the 3rd century and martyr, left us the following testimony of those who remained faithful to the faith in the persecution, even to the extent to be martyrs. I quote St. Cyprian: "The white-robed cohort of Christ's soldiers are here, who in the fierce conflict have broken the ferocious turbulence of an urgent persecution, having been prepared for the suffering of the dungeon, armed for the endurance of death. Bravely you have resisted the world. You have afforded a glorious spectacle in the sight of God. You have been an example to your brethren and shall follow you. That religious voice, yours, has named the name of Christ, in whom it has once confessed that it believed in baptism. Those illustrious hands, yours, which had only been accustomed to divine works, have resisted to burn incense to the idols. Those lips, sanctified by heavenly food after the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ, have rejected the profane contacts. Your head has remained free from the impious and wicked veil with which the captive heads of those who sacrificed to the idols were there veiled. Your brow, pure with the sign of God, could not bear the crown of the devil, but reserved itself for the Lord's crown. How joyously does your Mother Church receive you in her bosom as you return from the battle. How blissfully, how gladly does she open her gates, that in united bands you may enter bearing the trophies from a prostrate enemy. With the triumphing men come also women, who while contending with the world have also overcome their sex. Then come the virgins also with the double crown of their warfare, and even boys children, transcending their youth, transcending their age. Also they come. Moreover, also the rest of the multitude of those who stand fast follow your glory and accompany your footsteps. In them also is the same sincerity of heart, the same soundness of a tenacious faith. Resting on the unshaken roots of the heavenly precepts and strengthened by the evangelical traditions, the prescribed banishment, the destined tortures, the loss of property, the bodily punishments have not terrified them, even children. The days for proving their faith were limited before ahead, but he who remembers that he has renounced the world knows no day of worldly appointment, neither does he who hopes for eternity from God calculate the season of earth anymore. So St. Cyprian, bishop, martyr of the 3rd century, North Africa. Why then does God permit heresies in his church? St. Augustine explains it this way, I quote, "There are in the Holy Church innumerable men approved by God, but they do not become manifest among us as approved by God, so long as we are delighted with the darkness of our ignorance and prefer to sleep rather than to behold the light of truth. So many are awakened from sleep by heresies, so that they may see God's light and be glad. Let us therefore use even heretics, but not to approve their errors, but to assert our Catholic faith and discipline against their wiles, and to become more vigilant and cautious, even if we cannot recall them to salvation." So St. Augustine. St. Vincent of Lerins, a priest of the 5th century, said, "He is true and genuine Catholic who loves the truths of God, who loves the Church, who loves the body of Christ, who esteems the Catholic faith above all things, above career, above esteem, above eloquence, above philosophy of any man whatsoever, who remains firm and established in the faith, resolves to believe that, and only that, which he is sure the Catholic Church has held always universally, everywhere. But whatever new and unheard of doctrine he will find furtively introduced by someone, in addition to that of all times, or contrary to that, this does not concern the true religion, but is permitted by God as a test, being taught especially by the words of the blessed Apostle Paul, who writes to the first letter to the Corinthians, "It is necessary that there be heresies, so that those who are approved may be manifest among you." 1 Corinthians 2:9. As if to say, for this is the reason why the authors of heresies are not immediately uprooted by God, that is in order that those who are approved may be manifest, that is, that it may be evident in each individual and each of us how tenacious, how faithful, how resolute he is in his love for the Catholic faith. So St. Vincent. And then he explains also the danger of vagueness, ambiguity, not only heresy, but vagueness. He says, if one part of the Catholic truth is abandoned, from then on, one part and then the other part will be abandoned as a matter of course. And when individual parts are rejected, it will follow that in the end, the whole will be rejected. On the other hand, if the new begins to mix with the old, the true, the foreign, the alien with the domestic, the profane with sacred, such an evil custom will necessarily creep in universally. And so, in the end, there will remain in the Church nothing intact, nothing uncontaminated, nothing pure. But where before there was a sanctuary of a chaste and uncontaminated truth in the Church, through tradition, from now on it will be a brothel of impious and vile errors. We ask that the mercy of God will drive this wickedness away from the minds of his servants. So St. Vincent. But what if those who introduce ambiguities, novelties in the Church, which undermine the constant universal teaching of the Church, and then they justify such novelties and ambiguities with a method called hermeneutics of continuity? We can find a convincing answer to such a deceptive tactic already in St. Vincent, who explained, the Church of Christ, the careful and watchful guardian of the doctrines deposited and entrusted to her, never changes anything, never diminishes, never adds, never takes away what is necessary, never adds what is superfluous, never loses what is her own, never appropriates what is another's, but while treating the ancient doctrine of tradition with fidelity, she keeps attentively in mind this one object. If there is anything that antiquity has left still unformed or rudimentary, the Church models and elucidates it. If anything already reduced to a form and developed, the Church consolidates it. If there is already it ratified and defined by the Church preserves it. Finally, what other purpose have synods ever aimed in their decrees, if not to provide that what was previously believed in simplicity should in future be believed with more diligence and clarity, that what was previously preached coldly should in future be preached with more zeal, that what was previously practiced with negligence should henceforth be practiced with double zeal and solicitude. This is what the Catholic Church, shaken by the novelties of some heretics, has accomplished always by the decrees of her synods or councils. This and nothing else she has now handed down in writing to posterity what she had received from those of ancient times. So, this is St. Vincent. The current crisis of the Church since decades already is characterized by indeterminacy and by a coexistence of contradictory doctrines and liturgical practices, sacramental practices even, which are precisely the fundamental characteristics of the so-called modernism. And again, our good Vincent of Lerins gives us an answer. He says, profane novelties of words have nothing sacred, nothing religious, words completely distant from the most intimate sanctuary of the Church. If these profane novelties of words were received into the Church, it would necessarily follow that the faith of the fathers of the Church, of those who preceded us, would be violated, either in whole or at least in great part. It would necessarily follow that all the faithful of all times before us, all the saints, the chaste, the continents, the virgins, the clergy, bishops, so many thousand confessors and martyrs, so many cities and peoples, so many islands, provinces, kings, nations, in a word, almost the whole world incorporated in Christ the head by the means of the Catholic faith, that all them have been in ignorance for so long time, have been deceived for so a long time, have not known to believe what to believe and to confess for a so long time. So, and then St. Vincent admonishes the clergy, the shepherds of the Church, saying to them, preserve inviolate and unadulterated the talent of the Catholic faith. What has been entrusted to you, O priest and bishop, let it continue to be in your possession so that it may be transmitted by you. You have received gold. You must give gold in turn. Do not shamelessly substitute lead or brass for gold. Transmit true gold, not counterfeit gold. Teach still the same truths that you have learned from the fathers of the Church, so that even if you speak in a new way, you do not nevertheless say novelties, ambiguities, and new doctrines. So Saint Vincent of Lerins. So, bishops, firstmost, and also the Pope, have the grave duty to resist heresies, to protect the flock from such poisons. They must be like good doctors, physicians, says St. Cyprian, with whom we already quoted. And they, the shepherds of the Church, they must not flatter heretics and public sinners. And so St. Cyprian says, he who soothes the sinner with flattering blandishments furnishes the stimulus to sin, nor does he repress, but nourishes wrongdoing. But he who with braver counsels rebukes, at the same time that he instructs the sinner, urges him onward to salvation. And thus also it behooves that the Lord's priests and bishops not to mislead by deceiving concessions, but to provide with salutary remedies. He is an unskillful physician who handles the swelling edges of wounds with a tender hand, and by retaining the poison shut up in the deep recesses of the body, increases it. The wound must be opened and cut and healed by the strong remedy of cutting out the corrupting parts. The sick man may cry out, may vociferate, protest, complain, but he will afterwards give thanks to the physician when he has felt that he is cured. In 1976, 2 years before his election to the papacy, Cardinal Karol Wojtyla gave a talk in USA, during which he spoke the following prophetic and highly timely words. I quote Cardinal Wojtyla: "We are now standing in the face of the greatest historical confrontation humanity has gone through. I do not think that wide circles of the American society or wide circles of the entire Christian community realize this fully. We are now facing the final confrontation between the church and the anti-church, of the gospel and anti-gospel. This confrontation lies within the plans of divine providence. It is a trial which the whole church must take up. The church has gone through many trials and has emerged victorious, even though at a cost of great sacrifices." So Cardinal Wojtyla in 1976. So, in our day, we are witnessing such a confrontation, and our Saint John Henry Newman gave us almost a warning prophecies in his famous Bilieto speech in 1879, saying, "Never did Holy Church need champions against it more sorely than now, when it is an error overspreading the entire world as a snare the whole earth, and on this great occasion when it is natural for one who is in my place to look out upon the world and upon the church and upon her future, it will not, I hope, be considered out of place if I renew the protest against it, which I have made so often. Liberalism in religion is the doctrine that there is no positive truth in religion, but that one creed is as good as another. And this is the teaching which is gaining substance and force daily." So this was spoken 1879. How prophetic. Nevertheless, be joyful of your faith. Keep your faith. This is our first obligation in these days. And so, we must not compromise the Catholic faith for the sake of supposed earthly and temporal advantages. So Saint John Henry Newman said, "The Catholic Church has been 1800 years in the world," not today we say 2000, "and all that time she has been doing battle in the boldest, most obstinate way in the cause of the human race, in maintenance of the undeniable but comparatively obscure truth of religion. The Church was always alive, is alert when any enemy, whatever, attacks them, the faithful. Sometimes preaching, sometimes pleading, sometimes arguing, sometimes exposing her ministers even to death, and sometimes, though rarely, inflicting blows herself on the enemies. She has fought on and fulfilled her trust. No wonder so many speak against the Church, for she deserves it. She has earned the hatred of her opponents by her success in opposing them. The historians in fashion with us just now, much as they may disown her in their own country, where she is an actual, present, unpleasant, and convenient monitor, acknowledge that in the Middle Ages, which are gone, in her were lodged, by her were saved, by her the fortunes and the hopes of the entire human race. So John Henry Newman. The saints are the true achievements of the Church and the true representatives of the Church. The strength, beauty, and attractiveness of the Catholic faith and liturgy and the mission of the Church do not reside in what the world also has, and perhaps in what the world does even better, that is, organizations, membership, connections, political powers. The first and last thing in the mission of the Church is the salvation of the souls. A true Catholic must be fearless against the attacks of this world. A true Catholic must always be confident because he has the supernatural vision of Christ's victory. A true Catholic must consider it an honor to suffer for the truth, because he knows, as St. Athanasius the Great said, that it is not right that we serve the time. We must serve the Lord. So, and then we conclude with a short also reflection, very timely, of Saint John Henry Newman. It is no new thing with the Church in a time of confusion, when offenses abound and the enemy is at her gates, that her children, far from being dismayed, or rather glorying in the danger. It is now no new thing, I say, that they should go forth to do their work of faith, as though the Church were in the most palmy days of her prosperity. We Catholics advance when by all the rules of war we ought to fall back. We dream but of triumphs and mistake, as the world judges, defeat for victory. For we have upon us the omens of success in the recollections of the past, of our holy tradition. We read upon our banners the names of many an old field of battle and of glory. We are strong in the strength of our fathers, and we mean to do in our humble measure what saints have done before us. It is not one or two or dozen defeats, if we had them, which will reverse the majesty of the Catholic name. We are confident, zealous, and unyielding because we are the heirs of the fathers of the Church and all other holy, faithful men. A Catholic knows whose vessel he has entered. It is the bark of Peter, and we have not entered it to escape out of it. The Church is Catholic because she brings a universal remedy for a universal disease. And this disease is sin. All men have sinned. All men need a recovery in Christ. There may be deep reasons in God's counsels why the proper revelation of His will to man should have been slowly elaborated and gradually completed, beginning in the Old Testament with the Judaism, but that but that revelation was ever in progress and pointed by its prophets to a day when it should be spread over the whole earth. Judaism of the Old Testament then was local because it was imperfect. When it reached perfection within, in Jesus Christ, it became universal without, and this is the name she became Catholic. So John Henry Newman. To Saint Elizabeth Hasselblad, a Swedish convert 100 years ago, who refounded the Order of St. Bridget in the 20th century, God instilled such a strong faith at the moment of her conversion as a young lady. She converted. In this moment when she converted, that she could say these words, I quote her: "Even if the Pope and all the priests were to lose the Catholic faith, my faith would still remain unshaken." Saint Elizabeth Hasselblad. The Church can never be defeated by heresies, as St. Augustine said. The one Church, the true Church, the Catholic Church, fights against all heresies. She can fight. She cannot be defeated. As for the heresies, they all came out of the Church, like useless branches pruned from the vine. But the Church always remains in her root, in her vine, in her charity. The gates of hell will not prevail against her. Be joyful of your Catholic faith. Keep your faith under the banner of Christ the King. Thank you for your attention.
For questions. We can also take questions if you're watching this online. We can take questions from people watching online if they want to email them to us or communicate in other ways. We have a microphone. So, sorry, who was it?
Hello, Your Eminence. I believe that you said that, I believe I heard you say that you saw the hermeneutic of continuity was a bad thing. Did I understand that rightly? The idea of the hermeneutic of continuity?
Yes. The hermeneutic of continuity, of course, can be used in a proper manner, in a right manner. But I only referred to some clerics who introduce novelties or ambiguities with the trickery, declaring it as hermeneutic of continuity. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask Your Excellency, how would we as laity deal with priests or even bishops who do spread heresy or do spread some sort of disorder? How would we as laity react to that or deal with that?
Yes, we simply must behave ourselves and say, I know my Catholic faith. I know the faith is unchangeable. Read your catechisms, better the old ones, who are crystal clear, without ambiguities. And then you can say to this priest or bishop, I know my Catholic faith. I am sure in my Catholic faith. I am ready to give my life with God's grace for the Catholic faith. As St. Teresa of Avila said once, I am ready to give for even one article of the Credo my life.
Thank you, Your Eminence, for a wonderful talk. So many of the errors in which you describe begin with Catholic formation, particularly for priests and for teachers, and in an environment in which young people learn. How can we counter this in a way that is conducive to the truth, but also in a charitable way that does not cause error or strife with others?
I did not understand exactly the question. Maybe slow.
So, as I understand it, you're asking how we can oppose error without causing offence, scandal.
Yes. Yes, we have the method of St. Paul, who says, do the truth in charity, with charity. But the truth, not a half-truth, not yield to the trickeries of these methods. Say, oppose errors with reverence, respect, and charity.
Thank you, Your Excellence. How should we go about discerning the true reforms and changes in the tradition which sometimes are needed from those that are erroneous as lay people? Because there is also a tendency to prefer what we were used to, but the Church has been evolving in a good way in the past. How do we as lay people discern that?
Yes, I quoted in my talk St. Vincent. He said, what was still not expressively in the history of the Church, some aspects of faith, they became more expressive, declared by the councils, the same truth, but explained with more clarity. So this is the method. Or the criteria are when something is more clear in doctrine. This is a good criteria of a true progress. When something is ambiguous, this is a characteristic, this is not a true progress in the Church. Or when something is promoting the reverence and the holiness in the liturgy, the glory of God objectively, the sacredness, this is a true reform. But when something in reforms in the liturgy diminish it, this is a sign of it's not true. So we have these characteristics. Clarity, sureness, sacredness, reverence, and all must increase in us faith and charity.
Thank you, Your Eminence. What's your view about the current state of education in the West, especially that has the label of Catholic, and what do you think should be done about if there is a school named Catholic that isn't really passing on the faith or even passing on things that are opposed to the faith?
Yes. You know, the faith, the Catholic faith, must be transmitted first in the families. This is the first school. The family is the domestic church. The family is the first priestly seminary. The children must receive the Catholic faith from the parents. This was in the past, through all the ages, and therefore we have these past generations who kept the faith, who even were persecuted in the families. I grew up in the Soviet Union, in the underground church. There was outside a militant atheism by the government in the schools, but in the families, I received the Catholic faith. So, as to say, with mother's milk. So it should be with mother's milk. Transmit the Catholic faith. Of course, the father should also, altogether, parents. And then, to protect the children from corruption, moral corruption or heresies, which may be also in some schools, this is the task of the parents to be vigilant.
I think this is a good a moment to thank His Excellency for his talk. So we can have a short break. I'm conscious there's a whole lot of people who haven't found a place to sit. There are places to sit. Just fight your way in and demand to sit. You can ignore the reserve signs if people aren't there. Then you can sit on their places. And we'll have a little, just a 5-minute break.
ask anyone who's not registered to come and register? I think there's a few people.
If you haven't registered, please register at the table at the back. Otherwise, your conscience will prick you forever. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Professor Thomas Pink of King's College, London, who is one of the patrons of the Latin Mass Society. And he's going to talk about tradition, secular, and religious.
Thank you. Humans are social animals, and it's fundamental to our flourishing and our lives as individuals that we share customs with one another. We follow practices in common. These are to be found within the church and outside her as well. We're here today because, of course, we value the traditional liturgical customs of the church. And the crisis concerning a liturgy means we need to think very carefully about customs, what standing they should have, on what basis they can be criticised, and on what basis they should be retained. Some customs, of course, can be bad, but many of the good customs are important parts of morality to the extent of being morally obligatory. Morality comes from the Latin mos, a custom. And I just want to begin by looking at the way in which customs might put a moral obligation on us to follow them. Some customs are imposed on us by human nature as such. They're part of the law of nature. Our human nature dictates that we must behave towards each other in certain ways. For Catholics, it's clear that the institution of marriage involves customs that are obligatory under natural law. Okay. But there are other customs that, as individuals, we're under a moral obligation to follow, where it looks as though the obligation arises out of the custom. It's a genuine moral obligation, but before the custom had been established, we wouldn't have been under any obligation to behave that way. An obvious example are things like traffic rules. We all need to be able to move around in an ordered fashion in large cities. And we need to avoid chaos. So we need to determine customs about how to move about. Do we drive on the left or on the right? Should this be a one-way street or two-way street, and so forth? Until it's established how we should behave, until some custom of moving about in a certain way has been established, we're under no particular obligation to drive on the left or on the right. But once that custom has arisen, it then binds us. So we've got custom as part of natural morality, and then we've got custom as part of conventional morality. Perfectly good moral obligation, but custom has produced it. We've kind of partly made it ourselves in order to act together better. Now that distinction, I think almost all moral philosophers and I think theologians have accepted one form or another, but it gets very difficult where you try to draw the boundary line between the natural in morality and the conventional. And here there's been a lot of disagreement. And it has much to do with disagreement about human nature itself. If you've got a rich theory of human nature, like Catholics do, and see us as bearing the image of God in a way that differentiates us from the lower animals, then you will be able to find ways of explaining how important parts of morality are natural. They arise out of our complex human nature and our bearing of the image of God, particularly through our possession of a capacity for reason and a capacity for freedom, and I'll come back to those. But if you've got an impoverished theory of human nature, if you think we're just clever animals who can use language, but otherwise pretty much like the rest of them, then you're going to not have a lot of material in which to explain natural morality. And you're going to start making out more and more parts of morality are conventional. They're the creation just of our own custom. They could have been otherwise, as we could have driven on the other side of the road. David Hume, to whom I shall return, thought that the institution of marriage and the morality concerning that was entirely conventional. It's entirely the product of human custom, and it could have been otherwise. And that sort of shift into turning morality into our creation, a creation of our custom, is a very important feature, as I'll say, of the fallen world. Okay. Once we've got the idea of custom as important in morality, it can also be important in another way. It's part of human happiness to feel at home in the world and to feel at home in our own culture. This at-homeness really matters to our happiness. It's not pleasant to feel completely dislocated or alienated from one's surrounding culture. And part of the function of custom is to leave our own culture familiar to us, because we've got an established way of doing things together that we're familiar with. Okay. And I'm going to come back to the importance of being at home. Sometimes it's a bad idea to be at home. There are some environments where we shouldn't feel at home at all. We should feel a bit dislocated. Otherwise, something's gone very badly wrong. Once we've got this idea of customs as part of a shared human culture, we can then make a distinction between traditional society. A traditional society is full of settled customs. Everyone's agreed about them. Everyone's agreed about their role. Everyone's immensely deferential to established custom. And you know exactly what's going to happen. And now, by contrast to traditional society, we have the hellhole where we now live, which is modernity. And this is full of unstable customs. Customs are inherently subject to dispute and prone to change. And we might not feel very much at home at all some of the time. And we can introduce with modernity two opposing characters. They didn't used to exist before modernity, but now they do. There's the conservative. There were no conservatives in traditional society. The question never arose. There's the conservative modernity who tries to protect existing customs and defend them and tries to encourage us to defer to them. It's a bit like playing kink and ute against the waves nowadays, but that's what the conservative does. And then there's the liberal who actually rejoices in all the change and is prone to criticize custom and thinks we should be very critical of custom and invokes very often a standard of reason on the basis of which we can criticize customs and change them. Okay, so where as Catholics do we stand in this landscape, living as we do in modernity? How far should we be conservative? How far should we be sometimes on the side of the liberal, perhaps for different reasons? Well, we very often, naturally nowadays, tend to think we're on the side of conservatives a lot of the time. And a lot of Catholics do talk about the faith as if it was a naturally conservative thing. But that's very much a local contingency of the here and now. It's because we live in a society where Christianity is part of our past. And so someone who is critical of and undermining of custom is very often a de-Christianizer. So the modern liberal is very often a kind of opponent of or hostile to historical Christianity. But that's just where we are now. In areas of the world where Christianity has just arrived, it's very different. There, Christianity can be immensely destructive of the local culture, and rightly, because the customs there are bad. My wife and I have a great friend who's quite senior in the East African Jesuits. He's from a Ugandan family. And there the church is fighting ceaseless battle with local customs and traditions. Two stick out in particular: polygamy and witchcraft. They're always dealing with that as a problem to be extirpated. Go with progress on that front. Or go back to the late 4th century in our part of the world, where Christianity was still young, where much of the Roman Senate was still pagan. An immense battle began when the Christian Emperor Gratian, ordered the removal of a central feature of the traditional liturgy of ancient Rome, which was the altar to the goddess Victory in the Senate House. It's removed, much to the horror of much of the families of Rome, and then one of the senators, a pagan, Symmachus, petitions the following emperor, Valentinian II, for its return in the name of tradition. And St. Ambrose says to Valentinian in a famous letter that this request must be denied, tradition must be removed. But this is what St. Ambrose says to Valentinian, but Symmachus says, the rights of our ancestors ought to be retained. What? When all things since have progressed towards what is better? Lands released from misty darkness have been amazed at the new sun. The day does not shine at its very beginning, but brightens as its light increases with the advance of time. What a liberal. Okay. There's, of course, a very deep reason why Catholics have got to be tend to a degree of a critical attitude to human customs, and that's because of the fall. All human societies that are in recorded history outside Scripture are fallen societies. Now, what's the fall? It's damaged our human nature. It's damaged, in particular, our ability to understand and act on morality. It, very importantly, has not completely removed our ability to understand morality. That remains. Otherwise, Catholic philosophers of the Middle Ages like Aquinas couldn't have learnt from Aristotle. So there's a shared understanding between the pagans and the Christians. But fallen humanity's understanding morality is imperfect. We may have an institution of marriage, but we might get parts of it wrong, like we might think that polygamy is okay, or divorce, or things like that. And again, we will often find it very hard consistently, just as fallen, even if we can do the right thing occasionally, out of the right motives, in a morally good way, we find it very difficult, if not impossible, consistently to do that. Particularly, this is going to affect settled customs. They may be objectively good still, because they meet certain fundamental human needs, and we haven't lost our ability to understand those, but the motives out of which we follow these customs and the basis on which we understand them may be seriously damaged, and I'll come back to that. So what the Church does, she may learn from the pagan world, but she also corrects it, and she corrects it by the help of the only cure for the fall, the help of divine grace. In late scholasticism, grace is often referred to as higher reason. It's a supernatural equivalent of the light of reason that takes us to supernatural forms of goodness and truth. And not only does it take us to something far above our natural human capacities, the beatific vision of heaven, but it repairs damage done to our power of natural reason. So within the framework of the community of the Church, grace enables us to correct the mistakes of the pagans, to improve fallen man's moral notions, and to develop a more profound understanding of the natural law and what it demands. Okay. There's another reason why I think Catholicism has always been a little bit guarded about certain aspects of the customary, and this is connected with the way custom enables us to feel at home. The point is that we are living in this fallen but also transitory world in the here and now, and we should not be too much at home where we are, because this is not our homeland. This is not our patria. We are viatores, we are wayfarers to another destination in heaven. And we mustn't use an excessive attachment to custom as a kind of this worldly comfort blanket, a way of being too much at home amongst things that must surely pass. Now, nostalgia for a lost human past is a particular feature of modernity. It's one reason why conservatism is a particularly modern phenomenon. Because there's a lot of the human past that is no longer with us, and people get very upset at that. Okay. I just want to look at one particular interesting convention, or custom, that we all follow, that fallen human philosophers think about very differently from the way that Catholics used to do. And it's to do with this shift from understanding customs as imposed on us by nature, as part of natural morality, to coming to try to conceive of them as purely conventional. And the practice I'm going to talk about briefly is the practice of making and keeping agreements, of exchanging promises, something we're all involved in, and it carries with it a moral obligation to keep one side of the agreement, to act as one has promised. So where does this obligation come from? A very, very influential theory of the obligation to keep promises and agreements was devised in the 18th century by David Hume. And it's a theory of how the obligation is not part of natural morality at all. It's arisen entirely through human conventions, the better to enable basically selfish human beings to cooperate together. So they're going to start off with a picture of humans as basically rather clever, but in the context of agreements, predominantly selfish people. This is not a very elevating view of human nature. We can see what might have gone wrong to develop this way of understanding promising and agreement. Now, Hume is very clear that the promising practice and the promising obligation are not naturally intelligible. They're not just through our human nature things that we understand, any more than, a caveman just on their basis of human nature would have understood driving on the left rather than the right, or the importance of doing that. As Hume says, I say first that a promise is not intelligible naturally, nor antecedent to human conventions, and that a man unacquainted with society, so you're not familiar with any customs, could never enter into any engagements or agreements with another, even though they could perceive each other's thoughts by intuition. Just knowing about each other's human nature and what's going on in their heads won't make promising comprehensible to you. So how we got this suddenly, to us, very familiar institution of practice of making and keeping agreements and feel bound by it? Well, think of us just as selfish human beings living together. Just because we're selfish doesn't mean we don't need other people's help. We're totally dependent on other human beings for helping us. How, just assuming we're all selfish, is that help going to arise? How are people going to cooperate together, which in a way that involves an exchange of help between them, an exchange of services? I might offer to do something for you today if you'll do something for me tomorrow, but you're selfish. Once I've helped you, you've got what you want. Why are you going to help me back? So I can't expect that you'll help back. So I won't help you first either. And so, human cooperation starts collapsing, becomes very unstable. So what we need is a practice that ties people's self-interest to reciprocating help. So we establish, over time, a convention. If you say words like, let's agree, or I promise to each other, then you better do what you've promised. And if you don't, it's part of the convention that you're not trusted again. You're excluded from future cooperation. No one will help you. That ties your self-interest in the context of the use of those words always to helping back, if you're the second person to be helped. And then everyone, just as selfish, in the context of this convention, can see each other as credible cooperators. Because once the promising convention is invoked, people will, just out of selfishness, enlightened self-interest, reciprocate. Okay. So it's a nice theory. Economists love it. We've got a nice theory about how selfish people can be got to cooperate for mutual advantage, feeling secure that even though everyone's selfish, they will do what they say, provided they use the words I promise. Okay. And everyone benefits from this, and so we regard it as a moral obligation. Okay. This is not how Catholic scholastics used to think about the obligation to keep promises at all. Not at all. They thought the obligation to keep agreements was part of natural justice. Why did they think that? Well, they're always convinced of it, but by the late Middle Ages, a theory of the moral implications of our bearing the image of God emerges. A theory that looks at human nature as bearing the image of God and explains the obligation to keep promises in terms of a theory of natural rights. Here's how it works. We're not bunny rabbits. We have special capacities bearing the image of God that they don't possess. We can reason, but we can also control our actions. We have a capacity to determine for ourselves what we do. I can determine for myself whether I raise my hand or lower it. They call this power of self-determination freedom, libertas. It's free will, basically. And God has given us this power. So we must, by the later Middle Ages, they reason, have a right under the law of nature to use this power, provided we don't exercise the power in a way that breaches other people's obligations or harms them. So we have, in addition to this power of self-determination, liberty as a right, the jus libertatis, which is a right to self-determination. And you can see the intimate relation of these two notions of the power and the right in everyday English. I might communicate to you that I can control whether I raise my hand or lower it by saying to you, oh yeah, I'm in control. It's up to me whether I raise my hand or lower it. Now take a case where you come along and, without any authority, try to tell me what to do. Keep your hand down. Don't you dare raise it. And I might say to you, who are you telling me what to do? It's up to me what I do. And here I'm asserting my liberty as a right not to be subject to direction and coercion by others without proper authority. Okay. And then if you look at agreements, they're just a practice that protects this right. You can violate a person's right to determine for themselves what they do by, exercising coercive force on them without justification. But you can also breach it through breaking an agreement. The purpose of an agreement is to enable us, each of us, to set terms on what they're prepared to do for other people when they're not initially under any obligation to do anything particular for another person. Okay? I've got this right to determine for myself what to do. So I've got a right to determine for myself whether I will mow your garden or not. And if I choose, I can insist as a condition of my doing that tomorrow you pay me 10 quid. Otherwise, I'm not doing it. Sorry. And that protects my right to set the terms to what I do for you. It's part of the way I determine for myself what I do, including what I do for you. And then if you don't pay me the 10 quid tomorrow, you violated my right to determine for myself what I do because you've extracted a service from me that I was not initially willing to give, doing your lawn for free. You violated in just the same way as if you'd exercised coercive force to make me, by force, mow your lawn without getting paid. So, breach of agreement is a violation of our right to determine for ourselves what we do, our right to liberty, just as much as coercive pressure. That's why they thought that the practice of making and keeping agreements wasn't simply about enabling selfish people to act together. It was about protecting a God-given right to exercise our power of freedom within the boundaries of natural law as we wish, on terms acceptable to ourselves. Someone like Hume is no longer running this theory because he no longer has a conception of us as having a power of freedom like that. He just thinks of us as clever, selfish animals. So, of course, he's got to find some other basis for the obligation. Not all modern Catholic thinkers understand or are happy with the morality of individual rights as part of natural law, despite the fact it was been part of the Catholic tradition for hundreds of years. Okay. They will say this was unknown to Aristotle and the ancient Greeks. And we will then start entering into exercises under the guise of Catholicism or Christianity, which are really exercises in nostalgia for a past purely human custom. And I'm going to turn to a figure who's been very, very influential in modern Catholic thought. Deservedly so, because he's a very interesting writer, but in ways that sometimes are a little problematic. I'm thinking of Alistair MacIntyre's After Virtue. In After Virtue, just as in the Christian account of the fall, we are subject to a loss in the here and now of moral understanding. The beginning of the book is saying, once we had moral understanding and now we don't. As he says, we possess indeed simulacra of morality. We continue to use many of the key expressions, but we have very largely, if not entirely, lost our comprehension, both theoretical and practical, of morality. Now that's extremely strong. This is not what Catholicism has historically said. Otherwise we couldn't have learnt from the pagans, happily. If the world outside the church didn't have any moral understanding at all. And it's not certainly what Catholicism thinks about any of us today. Okay, so this is, I think MacIntyre was going for a bit of rhetorical colour at the beginning of the book, but let's take him at his word. Okay, why do we have just simulacra of morality in our minds? Well, we've lost traditional society. We've lost the traditional society of ancient Greece, what he calls the heroic Greek societies, where everyone shared traditions, where everyone understood their role in the same terms, where everyone shared conceptions of the virtues, and they had a shared conception of the good that was the end of human life. We no longer live in that society, we live in modernity. And that's why we've got nothing more than simulacra, because we don't have the right sort of society to have a proper moral understanding. To the extent that we have any moral understanding at all, it's through a traditional or cultural link or continuity with those past societies that have now disappeared. There is no way, MacIntyre says, to possess the virtues except out of a tradition in which we inherit them and our understanding of them from a series of predecessors in which, says his cultural transmission, in which series heroic societies, the heroic societies of ancient Greece, hold first place. And then he says there are some groups, even in the modern world, that have a little more than that, because they live in traditional sub-communities. He describes sub-communities in the United States around the 1980s when he wrote the book, where we have a less distorted, less purely simulacra sort of understanding of morality. These are societies of Catholic Irish, some Orthodox Greeks, some Jews of an Orthodox persuasion, all of them communities that inherit their moral tradition not only through their religion, but also from the structure of the peasant villages and households which their immediate successors inhabited on the margins of modern Europe. So if you really want to understand morality, you've got to be close to being someone from peasant Europe. This is clearly an exercise in cultural nostalgia, and it goes on. What about the notion of a natural human right? MacIntyre is very hostile to it because it was unknown to the ancient Greeks. It would, of course, be a little odd that there should be such rights attaching to human beings simply qua human beings, in the light of the fact that there's no expression in any ancient language correctly translated by our expression of right until near the close of the Middle Ages. There are no such rights, and belief in them is one with belief in witches and in unicorns. It doesn't occur to MacIntyre that the influence of grace through a better understanding within the community of the church of our status as bearing the image of God and having a power of freedom might have led to a theory of liberty as a right, quite properly. A theory of liberty as a right that, unfortunately, the corrupted morals of the ancient Greeks did not understand, which is why we have ancient slavery, a very serious evil. Okay, so what we've got here is a very, I think, it comes from Hegel, I think, secular conservative project of trying to recover morality, not through grace, not through the present community of the church, but somehow through recreation of traditional society. But that won't help you, will you? I mean, it's very difficult to escape from modernity anyway. Never really understood how MacIntyre proposed to do it. But even if you did escape from modernity, you won't escape from the fall, because the fall held good in ancient societies. You know, the heroic societies of ancient Greece were full of vile murder and violence, slavery, infanticide, and an ignorance of natural human rights. Okay. So I've been trying to counsel against too ready a form of nostalgia and conservatism about human custom. Within the church in the 1960s, there were groups, very senior groups, including Pope Paul VI, who developed an attitude to our traditional customs in the liturgy that treated them like another form of cultural nostalgia, a comfort blanket to keep us happy in the here and now, which the church had to rip away. Here's an address by Paul VI at a general audience in 1969. A new rite of the Mass, a change in a venerable tradition that has gone on for centuries. This change also touches the faithful. It is intended to interest each one of those present, to draw them out of their customary personal devotions or their usual torpor. Nice guy. It is the kind of upset caused by every novelty that breaks into our habits. We shall notice that pious persons are disturbed most because they have their own respectable way of hearing Mass, and they will feel shaken out of their usual thoughts. But it is Christ's will. Okay, so this is the theory of, just like, you know, it's no different from someone who's excessively nostalgic about some dead court custom. This is just conservative nostalgia, and it's actually an obstacle to the gospel. And I'm going to briefly end by suggesting that this cannot be the case. There's a fundamental distinction between our religious tradition, our traditional liturgical customs, and the past human customs that in most cases we can never return to, and we certainly shouldn't feel too attached to unless they're actually demanded by morality itself. Okay. The first thing to point out, to show that liturgical tradition is not simply a comfort blanket to maintain or restore some human past, is that the traditional liturgy is simply not just another custom of the human past. It has maintained its form through many changes in human society right into modernity, under the influence of divine grace. I assume grace has been operative in the liturgical history of the Church over many centuries, a force that in itself operates to detach us from this world, not to make us more at home in it. Secondly, in its ceremonies and texts, the traditional liturgy is a very effective representation, rather more so, I think, than the new rite of the Mass, that the world of the human here and now, and certainly too the world of the human past, is not our true home. It is not our patria. It represents to us, through gestures and through texts, all those collects in Lent, the exorcisms in the traditional rite of baptism, that we have a fallen nature with attendant weakness. We live under the rule of the prince of this world when we're just born into the world. And we have a need for grace to move us as viatores or wayfarers to our true patria in heaven, which is represented in the traditional order of the sanctuary, the eastward-facing order of worship. I won't go on. We all know this. So the liturgy does not represent or celebrate some merely human community, whether of the here or now or of the past. You sometimes think the new rite of the Mass is basically celebrating the community of the here and now. Well, I think it's a bit better than that, but there is a tendency. Okay. Supposing someone feels at home in the traditional liturgy, well, what's so bad about that? You'd have thought that if you're going to feel at home anywhere on this earth, it would be better off, feeling home at church without some ghastly cleric coming along and sort of, distracting you and dislocating you every. So, to feel at home in this traditional liturgy, as you should, is to feel at home precisely with our identity as journeying from this world, from the world of the human past as much as that of the human present. It is an acceptance of the need for true detachment from this passing world. So love of the traditional liturgy is precisely not this worldly conservative nostalgia. It is not love for a merely human past, but an expression of attachment to and commitment to a supernatural future, to the fullness of the light of that new day that St. Ambrose celebrated when he opposed the revival of the ritual tradition of his day, the rites of Rome's pagan past.
Thanks very much. I have an uneasy feeling that I may have to rewrite my own talk in lunch break in order to take account of what Tom has just said. But does anyone have any questions? Perhaps I'll be saved from that.
Thank you very much for an excellent talk, as usual. The question that I have concerns the degree to which actually the operation of the church in the world does make it our home, does make it our patria, because as grace takes possession of nature, takes possession of our civilization, and the discipleship of nations unfolds, as is promised in Matthew 28, you get a society that, because it shares in the divine life of grace, it is coextensive in some way with the life to come, and it intimates that, and therefore we can induct ourselves very, very deeply into that society, even into those customs that were prior to the operation of grace, but somehow providentially prepared the nation for the reception of grace, and therefore to develop an overly or inordinately binary language about the separation of nature and grace might be unhelpful for understanding how that discipleship of nations actually unfolds historically. And I suppose in that you can include the ministerial role of the Holy Ghost in preparing those nations and preserving those nations in Christ. Thank you.
Thanks, Sebastian. That's a very interesting question. Well, look, I'm going to, I don't think retract anything of what I said, but I'm going to qualify what I've said by drawing out an obvious implication of one single particular expression I use when describing our condition, which is wayfarers. We're on a journey, ultimately, to somewhere beyond this world, which the church is taking us along, and which God may indeed have pre-prepared. And I said nothing about the preparation of the gospel. So it's certainly going to be true that as you Christianize an earthly society, you are going to already start undermining some of the effects of the fall in the here and now. And you're going to start creating a society where it's easier to feel at home. But one can never feel exactly and completely at home. It's not just the banal thought that we individually will die and leave this place. That, of course, is actually a fundamental fact about all of us, for all of us. But the battle to Christianize this world never ends. It's never completed. The Christianization of the world is never successful. And indeed, as His Excellency Bishop Schneider was pointing out, the battle never ends within the church. So our fallen nature is fighting grace, both inside the church and without, right through human history. And so there will always be features, even of our own church, that are going to be dislocating insofar as things have gone wrong. So again, one wants to feel at home here and now, but one realizes that one will never actually succeed fully.
Thank you. You mentioned the theory of divine grace. Could you say a little bit more about theoria? Because I think that's a tremendously important word. Its modern connotations are nothing to do with the ancient understanding of it. Yes, if you could say more about theoria, please.
Well, I've nothing particular to say about it, except to say that grace is something that as members of the church, we need to develop an intellectual understanding of, including under the influence of grace. I say this because it's something markedly absent from the intellectual life of the contemporary church. But if you go back to, say, the early modern period, to writers like Suarez or Molina, and of course predecessors like Aquinas, you will have very developed accounts of what grace is and how it relates to something that they call reason. And they will develop very, very interesting theories of them through by appeal to the theory of the Aristotelian causes, because they're scholastics, that's what they do. And that's because they conceive of reason and grace as involving forms of power, hence the word cause, which operate on us as bearing the image of God, particularly through our mind. So it's not like a brick hitting a window, which is just one physical object producing a change in another physical object. It's something operating on us through our capacity to entertain thoughts. And it very often operates through illuminating the thoughts to us, something Augustine discussed a great deal, and enabling us and moving us to respond to objects of our thought, to make acts of faith, or acts of hope, acts of love, which are going to have an object. You love someone, you love something, you believe that something is the case. And that's what reason does in everyday life. It moves you to agree with the conclusion of a mathematical proof. And I think this whole range of human intellectual responses has got to be understood both within the framework of a theory of reason and a theory of grace as involving the exercise of power on us. In the case of grace, directly operated on us by God himself, because it transcends our natural capacities. And that has all sorts of implications. It's fundamental to the way they saw the church as an institution, which was about facilitating the operation of this power on us. And it was also fundamental to understanding the political state, which again directed us through law by facilitating our response to these powers and forces. And all this theory, no one in modern Catholicism talks much about it in that metaphysical detail, but you of course don't get much discussion of this operation of reason as a force in modern political philosophy either. We treat all power in nature as if it was just bricks hitting windows. But that can't be true. Anyway.
Thank you. Just to push back and play devil's advocate slightly on the Alistair McIntyre bashing. When I was converting, he actually helped me, find my intellectual formation and even, find the faith. At the beginning of After Virtue, he does describe and actually admit, I think in the preface, that St. Thomas was a better Aristotelian than Aristotle. So there is a bit of an acknowledgement that divine grace did actually elevate this wisdom. And you say, rightly, we should be skeptical about nostalgia and of purely human custom. But is it possible that he's right that certain things which were shaped by divine grace can be forgotten and can be lost? Because in the late 19th century, you have Pope Leo XIII and then in the beginning of the 20th, Pius X, who try to revive scholasticism, which has largely been fallen by the wayside. And if I can be very cheeky, there's a second part to this question. You say we should be skeptical of purely human innovation. When it comes to natural rights, a lot of this seems to have come by avenues which, from people who are not Catholic, so John Locke, etc. When we look at modernity and we see it's not a very pious era, but it does seem to enshrine natural rights. Does it not mean that we should be inherently somewhat skeptical about these innovations which have come through because they have not correlated with greater piety in society? If you look at something like Franco's Spain, lots of people would accuse it of not honouring human rights, but public piety was undeniably at a far greater level. So, thank you.
Yeah, no, you're certainly right. There's a lot of modern human rights culture is pretty awful, morally speaking. It's understood in a way that's actually destructive of the moral order. But MacIntyre was going further than that. He was denying the notion as such. And in doing that, he was trashing much of scholasticism from the 14th century onwards. I mean, I know people who would argue, actually, even in Aquinas, you get the notion. I would argue, actually, if you look at the canonical tradition, it's very hard to understand canonical principles governing the Church's conduct to non-Christians without on the basis of their freedom of will, on the basis, other than the basis of seeing that freedom of will bring with them a right not to be subject to certain forms of coercive pressure. So we've got a complicated situation here where you have Christianity, I think, giving rise to a notion that then takes a bad form once you leave the world of the church. Where, again, I entirely agree with you, you will get bad times succeeding good, even within the church, where certain forms of understanding go on the back burner when they shouldn't have done. At least in the church, we have some sureness that they will come back. Indeed, they are coming back. Hence, gatherings like this. But of course, there's no such assurance in the secular world that they will come back.
I have a question from someone watching online, which goes as follows. In forming communities of like-minded individuals, or those with shared values, is there a risk of the group excluding, consciously or not, others desiring to belong to that community?
Yes, I suppose so. I mean, that's where human beings have an effect on each other, don't they? You know, you've got a gang of buddies and they put up barriers to people with whom they're not used to dealing. And that has happened, actually, within Christianity to a degree. I mean, you know, the way in which Jewish converts were treated in the early modern period was not always... Or the Jews were treated as a group outside the church that we were supposed to be attracting in was often, you know, not attractive. But it's very important to the proper functioning of grace that it should take us out of the community of the church to expand the community. And one of the obvious properties of the traditional liturgy is that it seems to be rather good at doing that. Although people online complain about the angry trad as putting people off, when people turn up who aren't Catholics to the celebration of the traditional Mass, I find on the whole they're attracted by it. And so if we're concerned to make ourselves more attractive, more traditional forms of the liturgy are a good thing from that point of view, as you would expect, because they are actually exhibiting what the church is all about, which is helping us on a journey that we all want to go on. I mean, there is a natural instinct in people outside the church to think that something has gone wrong, and the church is obviously offering a remedy to this. That's why you get, long before Alistair MacIntyre, secular, not Catholic philosophers like Hegel running versions of the fall story. If you ever read The Phenomenology of the Spirit, which is where I think MacIntyre gets quite a bit of after virtue from, you get this huge nostalgia for a time when we understood morality better. The world of the ancient Greek polis, it is ancient Greece again, where we shared a sort of bei sich sein, we felt at home, and we understood the content of morality, and somehow we must recover this. Difference between Hegel and MacIntyre is that Hegel thought the rational state was the way to go, which understandably MacIntyre didn't find such an attractive solution, not the way modern states tend to behave.
Thank you. Do you think there's a sense in which even when Christianity has transformed cultures, it's done so in a conservative manner? Because I see in the way that Christianity has transformed cultures historically, not a throwing out completely of what came before, rather a sort of baptizing. So in the early church, for example, they incorporated everything they could from the ancients. And when St. Paul was preaching in Athens, he talked about how there was an unknown God, and actually that's the God that he was preaching about. So I see that as being very different from how the secular left would seem to want to transform things, which is to throw out everything and start anew. So do you think that is true in a sense?
Yes, I think it's exactly true, because we as Catholics have a theory of a shared human nature that involves a shared rationality, including a shared capacity to know of God's existence through natural things, which St. Paul was invoking. Modern liberals have a theory of reason, but it's essentially an aggressive theory, and it's a kind of way of dressing up my standards, which you benighted individuals are going to get good and proper once we take charge. And that's a very different conception of reason. And they talk about reason all the time. I mean, John Rawls's theory of justice is full of stuff about reason. They have no metaphysics of reason. This is all just hand-waving. This hand-waving they borrowed from the Christian and classical pagan past. And it's a sort of, it's really a weapon to knock people with whom they disagree on the head. Not only do you disagree with me in a way that leaves you wrong, but you're unreasonable. And that allows me to coerce you a bit.
What do you believe are the main reasons for the collapse in faith and morals we've seen in this country and in the West? And as a result, what do you think faithful Catholics can do to try and restore that?
Well, I don't think it's modernity. So this idea that modernity is something that is a special problem for Catholics, which, as I say, is present in some forms of thought. I think it's a feature of MacIntyre's thought, really. Since we can't escape modernity, it would be good if it is true, as I think, that modernity is not as such the problem. Complex societies with changing roles, that's a form of human development that's not going to go away. And until the Council, the Church actually flourished rather well within the modernity of Western Europe and North America. I remember going to look at old sociology journals in the Cambridge University Library when I was an undergraduate from the 50s. And you get these learned articles by American sociologists about the puzzle of Pius XII's Catholic Church. Whereas liberal Protestantism was just collapsing, you got whole Catholic communities where people seemed to a very large extent, for example, to follow the rules on contraception. Changes very, you look at the Netherlands in similar contexts, it changes very suddenly through what appears to be an internal crisis within the Church, which shows, of course, that all was not well within the Church beforehand. I think it's a crisis in the clergy, actually. But the problem was not external modernity. It was an internal crisis. The providential permission for which I hope that will be made clear to me if I ever do reach the Patria, because I don't understand it. Except this sort of thing happens in the history of the Church. You know, you have iconoclasm, you have the Reformation, you have all sorts of unpleasantnesses. And this unpleasantness in some ways is not quite as ghastly as some of the ones in the past. There's less overt violence, at any rate, in our part of the world. So that's all I can say about that. So we need to actually restore the crisis in the Church, undo the crisis in the Church. We shouldn't try and think about changing modernity or making it less modern. We won't do that.
Right, okay, I won't try to project then, I'll just speak in the microphone. Thank you very much, Professor Fink, for a very, very enlightening talk. I'm afraid what I have in my head that I want to ask you isn't really a formed question yet, but I just want to make an observation and see what you make of it. You mentioned St. Ambrose and his non-conservative attitude to the statue of Victory in the Senate House. So he wasn't a conservative there, he was acting, you sort of said provocatively in a slightly more liberal way. But something occurred to me, which is that 20th century scholars, I believe, showed that much of the Latin of the traditional Roman Rite incorporates formulas that have echoes of Roman pagan ritual practice. And so I just wondered whether perhaps there might be a kind of place for conservatism within the liturgy, even where it isn't valid in other spheres. Whether there's a sense in which conservatism there can be transformed by grace into tradition. But yes, whether there's a sense that it's more legitimate for the liturgy to give us echoes that make us feel comfortable. And you hinted at this a little in your talk, but I just wondered whether you could comment on that.
Yes, I mean, this is quite a delicate matter, but I mean, clearly, I think from what I know, and I'm no expert here, in the early church they do try and minimize the destructive damage to prior customs. It makes sense to the extent that the customs aren't inherently bad. Goddesses, veneration or worship of, that's bad. So you don't have that. But other sort of forms you can sort of carry over. And it is important that we feel at home in the liturgy, because that's precisely where in this earth we should feel at home, for the very good reason that it's taking us away from the bad bits of this world, the ones that we really shouldn't retain. I'm going to offend some people because I'm somewhat of a pragmatist about the liturgy. I certainly don't think the liturgy in the form of the Roman Rite or the Rite of Constantinople was handed down to us by the apostles or anything like that. But they have developed under the influence of grace. So they have been subject to an influence and products of an influence, communicative influence, that should create a default prejudice in their future, when allied with the fact that it's proper to feel at home in the liturgy, should militate against change, unless absolutely necessary. So I'm kind of on your side, basically.
Thank you very much, Professor. So we've used up all our time, we can go straight into the next talk if Tim Stanley has not fled the scene with his dog. If either Tim or his dog are available to give this talk, then we'll go ahead. Could we have some more? Tim doesn't really need much of an introduction, but for those who don't read the Daily Telegraph, he's one of our most distinguished Catholic journalists, and certainly one of our funniest.
Thank you. I have brought my dog because I couldn't get a dog sitter. It's been a catastrophic week, both for me, my dog, and Iran. And for that reason, I wrote half this speech, and the other two-thirds are extemporized because a war broke out, and I'm afraid disrupted me. I do want to begin by saying happy birthday to the Latin Mass Society. It's 60 years. As Paul Simon would sing, still traddy after all these years. And by a happy coincidence for me, this year is my 20th year as a Catholic. I was received in 2005 on the Feast of the Transfiguration in August at Ealing Abbey. And what I propose to do today is to talk mostly about myself. Now, I'm going to do that because it's a rare subject that if I was to go on Mastermind, I could do well at. But I also feel you've had a theologian, you've had a philosopher, and now you've got a trained historian. I'm a great believer that biography as a way into understanding society. And I think understanding my relationship with Catholicism, which has changed in 20 years, I joined the church imagining that that was it, that I was entering a safe harbor and there would be no more disruption in my life again. That turned out to be completely wrong. So my experience of Catholicism, I think, is of some interest, but also it reflects the ways in which the church has quite dramatically changed in the last 20 years. And the message I want to bring is one of hope. I am convinced that the Catholic Church is healthier than it was when I joined it in 2005. And I think it has within its grasp the ability to evangelize and spread the good news as well as it has ever done before. The future is bright, the future is yellow and white. So a little bit about myself. I was born in 1982 during the Second Cold War, which didn't have much effect upon me. I vaguely remember the Gulf War, but I was always obsessed with history. It's always been about history and storytelling to me. So it was natural that I should go to university and study history, where I also did a PhD. And it was while I was at Cambridge University studying American history that I converted to Catholicism. In religious terms, my family is charmingly heterodox. You'll find in our family tree radical Methodists, a bit of Quakerism. Also, my grandparents were Christian spiritualists. They're the people who rap tables and say, is there anybody there? Fans of the Reform Party and Dr. David Ball will know what I'm talking about there. I can't wait for my next press conference when Dr. David Ball, the ghost-hunting head of the Reform Party, asks for a question from the Telegraph, or a Tim, or a Tom. Is there anyone with a name beginning with T in here? So I was raised in quite an unusually, I won't say religious, but spiritual environment for an Anglo-Saxon. This is not typical in the 20th century. And my parents, for whatever reason, I don't know why, joined the Baptist church and tried to get me to play along with it. And I literally played along. I played the piano in the choir. And I enjoyed, one thing I took away from it that I really loved about it was the hymns. The hymnal culture is fantastic. Onward, Christian soldiers, abide with me, etc. But the religion did not stick. And by the time I went to university in about 2001, I was a fully fledged Marxist. And as you can imagine, I was the only fully fledged Marxist at Cambridge at that time. And to some extent, the image of myself as keeping a revolution going that the rest of the world, especially the suckers, had been forced to live under it. So I just realized I'm here with someone who was brought up in the Soviet Union. You will understand why this was such a terrible mistake and how I found myself so terribly isolated. So how on earth, why would I make a transition from Marxism to Christianity and then from Christianity to Catholicism? Well, again, it all comes back to history. I began to change my mind about materialism and atheism when I was studying the 17th century and the early modern period in English history, culminating in the Civil War. And what I discovered in that period was people who were willing to live and die and give up their own lives for religion. As I say, growing up in the late 20th century in which religion had become banal, at best it was a toothy vicar visiting your school and talking about the importance of friendship, to discover that there was a century, there was a time in which people not only believed but shed their blood for Christ was really quite extraordinary. And I also found that those people really cared about the people around them, that their own sense of social action was rooted in their love of God. So if you studied the English Civil War, you could be, as I was, really turned on by the political radicalism of the diggers who occupied land and held it in common. But I was also increasingly intrigued by such arcane debates as the Arminians and the Protestants and whether or not one should have an altar or a table in the middle of Mass, which is the animating issue at the beginning of what would become the English Civil War. If you read Jonathan Morrell, who I think is one of the best writers on this, he, I think, quite conclusively proves that although people were undeniably during the Civil War fighting over the king versus Parliament, very often what decided the side they finally took was their attitude towards religion and towards religious tradition. And the debate was this. The radical Protestants said, this Mass, or this Eucharist, this communion, this is a commemorative feast. Christ came, he died, he rose again, but this is an historical event. It happened once. So we are gathering here to have a commemorative feast. But on the other side of the ledger were people, the Arminians or Archbishop Laud or even Charles I himself, who still had a trace of Catholic feeling in their religion. And they said, no, that's not enough. If we are saying that we are commemorating the death and resurrection of Christ, or even if we, as we are hinting, there is some presence of Christ in this ceremony, then is it not natural that one should seek to revere? That when presented with Christ, or as we Catholics would say, the body of Christ, is one's instinct not to fall on your very knees and to worship? And so I found myself drawn into that debate, and exploring Christianity, I made a kind of an upward progress, up a hill, beginning with Book of Common Prayer services, then attending more sort of chapel-based services in Cambridge, all the way up to the penultimate station on the mountain, which was Anglo-Catholicism and the Church of Little St. Mary's near Peterhouse. A very, very beautiful church, one to which I still have a very romantic feelings about. To walk into an Anglo-Catholic church, one is struck instantly by the smell of incense on cold stone. I think it's one of the most evocative and beautiful smells you can imagine. But I joined them and I didn't stay with them very long. And why didn't I stay with them for very long? Well, there are a couple of reasons. One, the standard corporate answer to why didn't you just stay with the Anglicans? Why did you go to Rome? The corporate answer is St. Peter and the Rock, that this is the church that was founded with St. Peter and the Anglican Church is a schism, and therefore I just want to complete the journey and go across the Tiber into Rome. And to some extent, yes, that is true. I would sign up to that and say that's what I believe. But there are a couple of other important reasons too. One is that Catholicism, and this was brought out in your excellent talk, Thomas, Catholicism finds a way of bringing together the radical and the conservative. And if I was at that time a political radical, looking in some way to reconcile my faith and my politics, then Catholicism actually is a much more natural place to go than you might imagine. Because, as you have rightly said, it is something which both wants to preserve its own tradition, but it also wants to break up the order that came before on the assumption that this life is only in passing and something greater is to come. So if you look at the great sweep of Catholic history, you can find within this very conservative figures, but you can also find saints who have been radicals and have been even, dare I say, socialists. So there was a natural place for me in that history. But the other thing is that at school I did classics in translation, I hasten to add. And it is true that the great modern battle is between conservative and liberal, but an older and equally important battle is between Plato and Aristotle. And Aristotle essentially says that we should trust our senses. So his philosophy is the philosophy of man encountering and interpreting the world. Plato, on the other hand, says, what do human beings know? We can't see everything. We are in the cave. We don't entirely see what we see. The ignorant are happy to go on believing the images they see flashing up on the wall, but there is some greater mystery, some divine reality that you and I in this world cannot see. And I wonder if, in retrospect, that touched upon my grandmother's strange folk religion. Her, if you like, 19th century theosophist belief that life is a mystery, that there is a thin veil between this world and the next. And the purpose of religion, even if you can't quite breach that veil, is to push against it so that you can touch the hand of God through the curtain. We often laugh at people who want to talk to the dead. It's a perfectly natural desire to do, to speak to your loved ones, to have some reassurance that there is another life. And Catholicism meets that desire halfway, through the intercession of saints, through prayer, through appearances by the Virgin Mary. This is a religion, in other words, which can speak to you in terms of reason, but also in your deepest desire for a personal relationship with the eternal. And nothing, I think, nothing on earth comes as close to doing that. Having said this, I found it rather hard to be received. Not because of my peculiar theology, but because I discovered, and I'm not saying this was generally true of 2005, but I found it rather hard to get through the door. It was as if the church wasn't particularly interested in having converts. I went through 2 separate priests, both of whom began the conversion process and then dropped me. I don't know if they heard any rumors that I was a Scientologist or something. I don't know what it was, but I really had to work very hard. And for about a year, I tried and failed to get accepted, until eventually I threw myself upon the mercy of a friend and I said, "Do you know anyone who could let me in through a window?" And he put me in touch with a wonderful, wonderful monk called Dom Alban Nunn, who's at Ealing Abbey. And he met with me at the ornamental garden of Ealing Abbey, and he said to me, "So tell me, Tim, do you fear that if you're not received into the Catholic Church," he's Australian, that's why I'm doing that voice, "if you're not received into the Catholic Church, that you'll go to hell?" And I gave a very sort of wishy-washy liberal answer, and he said, no, you need to be specific. Are you going to hell if you're not a Catholic? And I said, "I do sometimes have that fear, Dom." And he said, "Fine, I'll receive you. That's good enough for me. Let's go and get lunch." And so I was received in the guest house of Ealing Abbey, and I have never looked back. So having worked very hard to and only just managed to get into the church, I then discovered that it wasn't quite the roller coaster of fun, travel, and adventure that I was expecting. I mean, first of all, as I say, I was at Cambridge. If you'd gone to Fisher House in those days, which is the chaplaincy, and you'd attended Mass on a Sunday, you'd have found yourself in this extraordinary hall that looked like it was constructed by IKEA, with the priest working from an altar that, I kid you not, could be folded up and put away. There was no hint of mystery there at all. And then I went to my local parish church, which, as I will say, has changed and has improved. But at the time that I went to that parish church, again, it really seemed to be trying to walk away from mystery and become something much more like the Protestant style of service that you would see around it. And we had a parish priest, who I can talk about because I can't be sued now because he's dead. He was, I'm sure, a very good and kind Christian, but he probably had come to the end of his service and should have retired. But to give you an example, he was profoundly deaf. And to give you an example, the first time I went for a confession at his parish, I went in, and as is so often the case with cradles, God love them, they don't realize that not everyone knows the words. And so they hadn't written out the act of contrition in the confessional box. They just expected you to know it, because it's not a church of converts. Why would there be anyone in this church who doesn't know the words? So I go and then I sit down in the box, and he's on the other side, and he does he does all that sort of thing. And before we can get started, I say, "Father, I need to warn you, I don't know the words." And I think he heard it as, "I don't have the words." And he said, "Well, if you can't think of anything to confess, what I'll do is I'll forgive you now for anything that you might have done and you haven't brought here today, but my advice is, next time you come, try and think of something to say." This was a man who refused to distribute the communion. He always left it up to lay people. And after I had spent my Christmas season fasting and going to Mass and getting ready for that all-important reception at midnight Mass, to get up there and be presented by someone who wasn't the priest, it was quite disheartening. What else was there to do? Well, the LMS is fantastic, and I know you've been flourishing, and I know that you were active in London 20 years ago. But there wasn't much going on in my part of Kent. I couldn't drive. How was I supposed to get to anywhere? I once forced my mother to drive me to an SSPX chapel in Groombridge. And after we spoke to a couple of the lay people, we agreed we would never go back there again. Just to say, he gave me a lecture not only on the sins, but also the practicalities of sodomy. I know, this over canapes, I mean, it's not what you want to hear. And yet for all this, I was still very enthusiastic. In fact, I even approached the diocese and talked about possibly becoming a priest. For this, I was sent on a weekend to Wonersh, which within a couple of years had closed. So you can imagine what Wonersh was like at that time. And I'm not denying that those priests, I'm sure many of them went on to be excellent priests and were working very hard and had a fantastic ministry. But when I asked, out of curiosity, would I be able to say the old rite while I was here or to learn it, I was told very firmly no. And a friend of mine who was at seminary around the same time told me that one of the students was once spotted saying the rosary by himself in chapel, and someone joked, "He won't last long." We've got to remember, at the end of John Paul II's reign, how the sense of torpor that had entered some of the church. And in retrospect, my conversion, I almost feel, is lacking context. I can't quite understand exactly why I did it. It wasn't because of my interaction with the everyday church. It all came entirely from me. And perhaps if I had gone through an RCIA, perhaps if I had been exposed to a regular parish church, I'm really sorry to say, there's a chance I might not have done it. Now, why was the church in this state 20 years ago? Well, one cause was secularization, which wasn't the church's fault. It can't be blamed. I know we're going to debate whether modernity, how much impact it's had, but the church can't be entirely blamed because of economic and cultural factors that have just undermined people's faith in God and discouraged them from going to church. My friend Peter Hitchens always blames ITV for the end of Evensong. Why? Because they started showing the Forsyth saga on Sunday nights. And an entire generation of Anglicans just ceased going to Evensong because they'd rather see the next episode of the Forsyth saga. And there was no VHS back in those days. A second reason why the church had this torpor was because of the abuse scandal, which had greatly damaged its authority among practicing Catholics and within the rest of the world. And then finally, there, of course, was the long-term impact of Vatican II and a series of strategic mistakes made by the Catholic Church. I am not today going to comment upon the theology of Vatican II. It is well beyond my pay grade. But I do know from my study of politics and culture that whenever an institution attempts to chase and capture fashion, if it is lucky, it will for a few years be fashionable. But the nature of fashion is that within 10 or 20 years, you're incredibly out of date. I have a neighbor, God love him, he won't listen to this, thankfully, because he's a Protestant, but I have a neighbor who, in about 1975, obviously got a promotion at work and redecorated his entire house in the fashions of 1975. And you just know that for 4 or 5 years, that was the smartest, hottest house on the block. But you go into today, and it's like going onto the set of The Good Life, and it's like a museum piece. And this is the problem. The attempt to make the church relevant to 1968 or whenever has actually left it looking rather old-fashioned today. Nonetheless, why is the Catholic Church in a healthier position than, say, the Anglican Church that I walked away from? Rowan Williams, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, I once interviewed him and he gave me an interesting perspective on this. He said, I think the reason why the Catholics have emerged stronger than us, he was that open about it, was he said because you rooted change in tradition. You may have debated, this is my interpretation of what he said, we may have debated practice, but we didn't reject doctrine. And therefore we still had the anchor of doctrine and we could still return to it. And being here in an oratory, when one grows in one's Catholicism and reads people like John Henry Newman, you come to understand that the church has always changed. It has always had controversy. Thomas, again, you mentioned the crisis lying within the clergy. That's absolutely true. And if you went back to the 1790s, you would find French clergy who outrageously swore an oath to the French Revolution. And if you went back to the 1500s, you would find English clergy who outrageously married women and became an Anglican priest and were perfectly happy about that. So in other words, these things have always happened. And the church has always had to speak to the times because the times have changed. But while it has developed, it has never had a revolution and it has never turned its back on what it believes and upon its history. So my personal story, this brings us up to about 2007, 2008, and this is when I began to see the church improving enormously for the better. 2 things happened. One, historical. Benedict XVI. What a gift from God that man was. Wasn't he extraordinary? This gentle, beautiful man, totally misrepresented by the media. And isn't it interesting how when you understand a subject and you see journalists misrepresenting it, it makes you think they must lie about a lot of other things as well. This man was completely misrepresented. It wasn't just his traditionalism as they saw it, it was also his manner, his style of leadership, his graceful way in which he persuaded people to move towards him. this man began the necessary project of not rejecting Vatican II, not rejecting tradition, but welding them together. By liberating the old rite, he wasn't just saying, now go away and be by yourself. The plan was always for the two forms of Mass, the two styles of Mass, to speak and bring those communities back together. And by informing each other, one would remind the other of themselves. My hope, to go back to my interpretation of the English Civil War, is that tradition might once again become more involved in social activism. It might not separate itself from the world, but seek to be part of it and to help the poor. I think it does that, by the way, in so many ways. You go to a traditional congregation and you're always struck by the number of disabled people there. Why is that? It's because they have large families and they don't abort. You know, these are people who live a kind of social activism in their life. But it would be good for them to be reintegrated into society, reintegrated into the general life of the church, and be able to contribute. But at the same time, the dream was that the rest of the church would remember its past. It would go into the attic, dust things off, get them out, and rediscover these instruments of grace, these forms of bringing the message to the people that I think can work so well. So there was this historical development, and then there was, at a low grassroots level, there was a new generation of young men who entered the priesthood, who were fired up by what Benedict was doing and by tradition, and there were also older priests who were rediscovering it for themselves. And I personally started attending Mass at a place called St. Mary Magdalene's in Brighton, which had a priest called... Sorry, he's currently in hospital dying. Sorry. Sorry, it's going to be difficult for me to talk about it. But his name's Ray Blake, and some of you will know who he is. You know, the lady here knows who he is. And he discovered the old rite at the same time as I did, and I served it, and he said it. And it was some of the most beautiful moments of my life. Anyway, sorry. This is what the old rite means to people. You've got to understand this. There is nothing rebellious, there is nothing wrong about it. It's ridiculous. It is a thing of beauty. It is poetry in motion. And there were people who protested when he did it and when he said it in Brighton. There was one person who stood up and said, give us back our Mass. There were people who wrote letters to the bishop. And I discovered from this experience of saying it with him that people don't really want choice. Liberals so often dress things up as a freedom to choose. It's BS. They don't want that. They have a vision of the way you should be, and they want to compel you to be like that. If they really believed in choice, this Mass would be said freely and whenever people want it and need it. So I saw in my own life this wonderful explosion of interest in tradition. And I could see from the churches I was attending the growth in the congregations, and I could see what the Latin Mass Society was doing, and I could see the changing demographics, the young people, the families who were coming to this thing. So when Francis was elected, and when the hierarchy of the church pushed back against the Latin Mass, why did they do it? You see, they said it was because it was separatist, because it was a form of dissent, because it was a means of expressing politics through religion. No. They pushed back against it because it was growing. By their own logic, if it were something that simply had to be provided to a dwindling band of crinklies who really wanted it because they were clerical fascists, then only half a dozen people would go to it and it wouldn't be a problem and they could have permitted it. It only logically makes sense that you would push back against it because they could see it was bearing fruit. And at the same time, they could see that the experiment of the 1960s, whatever the good intentions it might have had, was proving sterile. And that was shown in how few people were going to seminary. And if you think about the generational way in which the church moves, why do we have these disputes? Why is there this tension between where society might be and where the church is? It's because the church is a gerontocracy. We live now in an age in which an 80-year-old can be president, and which the Stones at 80 can still play music. And so we are going to be living with older popes who are going to live longer. And it's a human psychological thing. Most of us psychologically stop developing around middle age, and we don't much move on from there. So for much of the hierarchy, the battles of the 60s, 70s, and 80s are the battles of today. I think an evidence of this came from Francis's constant inveighing against rigid clerics. I wish I could meet some of these rigid clerics. The ones I had met were wet like jelly. I don't know what he was talking about, but I imagine it was true at some time in his experience, and therefore he was, in his own mind, addressing something that needed to be fixed. So that pushback, that resistance from the hierarchy was depressing nonetheless, and you could feel as though a lot of ground has been lost, a lot of time has been wasted. Nonetheless, I am very, very hopeful for the future. First of all, because I think whatever's been going on in the church in its personal clerical crisis, the rest of society is now better positioned, more open and attentive to what we are trying to do than it has been for a very long time. A few weeks ago, a friend of mine at work, a woman married with children, so this is a mature person, came to me and said to me, she asked me a very profound question, Tim, how do I believe? She wasn't asking me what should I believe. She was actually asking how do I go about experiencing the phenomenon of faith? If you think about it, for hundreds of years, to go back to the Reformation, we have debated in this country, what kind of Christian should I be? In the last 50 years or so, we turned the question into, why should I believe in Christ? And we've now exhausted that. It's as if a forest fire had burned itself out. It burned itself out with the last bit of new atheism in the 2000s. But you now have a generation whose parents either were themselves not raised in anything or were raised in something and rejected it. So you have a whole generation that has simply been raised with nothing. And on the one hand, that means talking to them about religion very difficult. When someone says to you, how do I believe? How on earth do you begin? If you've got a good answer onto that, tell me. I really struggle to give an answer because, as I said, okay, but as I say, being raised in a family like mine where there was so much heterodox religion, it was easy for me to understand it, but to articulate it's very difficult. So on the one hand, it's difficult to have that conversation with them. On the other hand, they bring no prejudice to the debate, to the conversation. And therefore, they are open to new ideas and new experiences. And tradition speaks to that. The way we do religion, the genius of the Catholic Church, speaks to people in a way that a 10-part lecture series about why you should be a Catholic might not. I mean, one good answer is how do I believe is simply go to a church and experience it. And you will find that this is where I'm going to start slipping into sectarianism, but you will find that in my experience, some Protestant ways in which religion is done, I've always personally found somewhat off-putting, precisely because they do talk to you and engage with you and direct you and tell you to do this and do that and think about this and engage your reason. I love going into a church in which there is smell and sound and experience and silence, because it's in silence that we hear God speaking to us. And so much of the world today is too noisy, and people are kicking back against that. So I sense within the people I meet that there is, in this generation, an openness to belief. At the same time, I can see a gradual transformation that's taken place in the grassroots of the church. If you go to Fisher House Catholic chaplaincy today, it looks nothing like it used to do. It has been transformed. For a while, they were even doing the Latin Mass there. I don't know if they still are, but it has been transformed. It has been beautified. If you go to the parish church that I was describing, you'll find a young Polish priest there now who is fantastically orthodox, very engaged, a very good homilist. And you'll also find that they have restored much of the old beauty to the church, and the whole thing has a much stronger sense of reverence. And in my own life, I've been attending ordinariate masses, which as a former Anglican is a wonderful opportunity and a great gift from the church, which of course is given to us by Benedict. And their masses again stress beauty and transcendence and enchantment. And the Latin Mass itself is poised to return. It is poised. We all know that the moment that the restriction is lifted, it is going to spring back. And it's going to spring back because of the grace of God, yes, but also thanks to a whole generation of people like you who have worked behind the scenes to keep it going. Your love for that Mass has not just incubated it, but seen it grow and flourish. Right now there's a lid on it, but as soon as the lid is taken off, it is going to absolutely spring up into the most beautiful garden. Have no doubt about that. We're just waiting for the moment. So when will we get that moment? Well, this is the other reason why I am so hopeful. I was in Rome for the election of Pope Leo, and I believe very strongly in signs and wonders. On that day, in the morning, if you remember, there were 3 votes. In the morning vote on the day he was elected, we all thought it was going to take forever, so I didn't go to St. Peter's Square. I lied to my office. I said, I am there. I didn't go. I went instead to a local Italian gym, which, as you can imagine, was just big, hairy men shouting "Bene" at each other. And they had on this enormous flat-screen TV, Rihanna in her knickers dancing to hip-hop. And then in the corner, a live cam of the chimney so that you could see if the smoke went off. And I thought that's the most Italian thing I've ever seen. It's fantastic. But in the evening, I thought, right, I've got to go to this because you never know, it might happen. So I went along to it, and I was standing there in the square for a couple of hours, and I really needed the loo. And a girl who I know said, I'm going to go to Mass at 5. And I said, oh, I'll come with you. What a lovely idea, because I know the loos are just on the outside of St. Peter's. So I went in, I used the loos, which was, again, a gift from God, and I went to Mass, and I prayed with John Paul II, and I walked out in St. Peter's Square, and within 10 minutes, the smoke came. And of course, the name was announced. I had no idea who he was. Here I am, a journalist, fielding calls from my editor in the BBC, and I'm literally shouting at people, who the hell is he? I've never heard of him. And he came, and then once we figured out who he was, he came out, first of all, in red. And these gestures are so important. It was such a relief because it was a signal that it's not going to be exactly the same. We're facing in a different direction. But then I heard the name, Leo. And I thought, Leo XIII, rerum novarum, thanks be to God. This was a church in the late 19th century which had worked out, as I said at the beginning, how to combine relevance with tradition, how to speak to the needs of the people at the time. At that time, the working class oppressed by capitalists, but also tempted by socialists. How to speak to the people of the time while also spreading the good news. And I will start to cry again, but 20 years since I was received as a Catholic. 2 months ago, my mother was received into the Catholic Church too. Thank you. Any questions? Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, lady at the back. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
The media is probably one of the most secularized areas of public life. Are you seeing any change in that? And how, I mean, could it be changed given the kind of culture that exists or has existed in your lifetime?
Yeah. Thank you. I once went to record a program about, I'm trying to keep this as vague as possible, not to get anyone in trouble, but I once went to record a program about Catholicism at the BBC, and the producer who met me, who wasn't in charge of that program, said, what are you doing? And I said, I'm here to talk about Catholicism. And she said, oh, what are you here to complain about? Abuse? And that nicely summarizes. The media is indeed so secular that it doesn't understand religion. I don't think it's even a case necessarily that it doesn't like it. I think it's mostly it doesn't understand it, and it sees it entirely through the prism of politics. So if you watched coverage of the election of Leo, as soon as the media understood there was some tension between Francis and traditionalists, as soon as they could cast this as being about what does this mean for Donald Trump, then the media found a way of interpreting and reporting on the election which they were happy with, which is enormously frustrating because regardless of whatever I've said, this is not about secular politics. This is about debates within theology. So in my experience, it's not so much that the media doesn't like religion, it's that it doesn't understand it, it compartmentalizes it, and it politicizes it. And that's why so much of its reporting is quite bad. I do think that has changed a bit, though, because I think they can see the growing necessity of understanding religion. From 9/11, to the various controversies and brilliant bits of witness of Pope Francis, there's a growing understanding that the media class might not be religious, but large segments of the British population are. That religion does matter, that it does have some impact upon society, and therefore that it does have to be covered. So again, I'm hopeful about this. It's pretty grim, but the fact that I'm getting more and more work is a very good sign. Anyone else?
I have a question from one of our online viewers, which goes as follows. Tim's experience of difficulty becoming Catholic is more common than is realized. My daughter has tried at her local church and the priest shows no interest. What does Tim think should be done?
One thing, I mean, I really think this is partly a reflection of the modern belief that the parish and the running of the parish should be left up to the laity, and that the priest is there to do his thing, but he has very clearly delineated responsibilities, and he's handing something over to the laity. And some people in the laity are well equipped to do that, and some of them are really enthusiastic. Some are not so equipped to do that. And I, in some cases, yes, there are some clerics who are just of the view, why should anyone convert? I mean, famously, His Holiness Francis did say of a cleric, don't convert. When the cleric came to them and said, I'm thinking of becoming a Catholic, he said, don't do it. I know that to be true. So it is partly a generational attitude of the Catholic Church is not about conversions anymore because we're all saved through Christ and we want a unity of believers, etc., etc. So it's partly a reflection of that. But I think it's also the structural thing that many clerics hand that sort of thing over to the laity. And the truth is, if you were going to see a doctor, would you feel comfortable with the surgeon handing surgery over to the secretary? No. You want the person best qualified in the room to help you with your soul, right? So the laity can do a lot, but they're not always the best placed people to help us on our faith journey, and clerics need to be more engaged in it.
We have questions over here.
My name is Jonathan Luxmore. I'm a journalist, also a convert to Catholicism. One of the features of the Catholic Church in this country is a great number of people who've come into it from other Christian traditions, particularly the Church of England. I think perhaps people aren't fully aware of this, but among other things, there are around 300 married Catholic priests in this country, more than anywhere else in the world. Not only in the ordinary, but in ordinary Catholic dioceses as well. My question to you is there something which people like this have brought into the Catholic Church here, the benefit of knowing the kind of problems their own denominations had through their sort of failing efforts to compromise with the modernity, however you choose to put it? Is this something which people like yourself or myself as well are bringing into the Catholic Church which may have some sort of beneficial effect? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, when I spoke to ordinariate people under Francis, one thing they said to me uniformly was, don't do synods. Why are you doing synodality? We went down that path. Nothing wrong with a synod on itself, don't get me wrong, but the notion of trying to, well, I know we have to be careful about how we phrase it, but the implication that there is some sort of legislative process that involves the entire church is the structure that the Anglican Church has tried to maintain. And the experience has by and large been a very bad one. In part just because it adds to the desacralization of the life of the church. When there is this feeling of procedures and committees. I mean, there's nothing more depressing than those photographs of clergy and laity sitting around in tables discussing the Holy Spirit. It's just, oh, isn't this sort of thing supposed to be encountered with a candle and a bell instead of a vote around a table? It's awful. So they have their own experience of that. The ordinariate and Anglicans who come over can warn you about not what to do. But where I think they also bring something is their experience of English history and culture that I think can help with the evangelization of this culture, of this country. The Ordinariate Mass is an extraordinary Mass. Again, I find it so funny that that's permitted, but the Latin Mass it doesn't make any sense. But there you go. But I love the way they've integrated. I love the way they've integrated Cranmer into it. Whatever you think of the theology of the history of that, I think there's. So unity is about reconciliation to truth. That's what the ordinary people will always tell you. That's their understanding of it. It's not just about perpetual dialogue. It's not just about saying we're all the same, we all get on well. It's about acknowledging that the time had come for them to come home. And there was a truth to come home to. So I suppose if you see it those ways, if you see it in that two-stage regard. One, what is it? What insight is it that they have that they can share with everyone about the necessity of being a Roman Catholic? But also what they tell us about the importance of maintaining the sense of truth in Roman Catholicism so that people will naturally see it as the harbour to go into.
I just wanted to say thank you very much for the talk so far. It's been fantastic. But you touched on some of the issues that you faced in the past 20 years, and I myself, even today, have seen a lot of these issues because I have engaged in apologetics in the past, and still do from time to time, and have had people come to me and say, that they're not converted to Catholicism because of a radically liberal parish, and I've had other people say that they've witnessed abuses and it's really put them off. And I myself am a convert. Luckily, I didn't have those issues because my parish is extremely orthodox and traditional. But how would you talk to those, especially a lot of younger people today who are, instead of keeping the faith like you have for 20 years, they seek other avenues like the unfortunate avenue of sedevacantism and things like that?
I think a big cultural difference between Catholicism and Protestantism is Protestants very often go to people. Catholicism waits for people to come to them, which is partly a reflection of its culture, but also of its, of the way in which it does what it does. And part of the problem with that is it can mean that some people don't hear the message because Catholicism is here waiting for them to come to them. I am really impressed by how Protestants, for instance, in my world of Westminster, hit Westminster hard, do loads of social things, speak to people, engage with people, and I'm not saying they're there fishing for souls. I just mean there is an engagement with the elite of this society, which individual Catholics have been known to imitate, but which the Church as a whole doesn't do. And, again, there are historical reasons for this. We're all into church-state separation now, I get that. But if you want to help to shape a society, and again, Protestantism and Anglicanism wish to do that, that's their natural gear, because they see themselves as the national church, serving everyone, regardless of whether they're Anglican or not. So they go to society and speak to it. We Catholics should be doing more of that. There are wonderful examples of people doing it, like Bishop Barron. We're getting really good at this. We're getting much better at this. And as I say, we didn't have this 20 years ago. But I would like to see Catholics not just saying, have you heard there's this great church? Have you heard the oratory is fantastic? But actually going out there, meeting people where they are, and enticing them back. I think there's one jump. Yep.
Thank you, Tim. How have you found it?
Oh, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Great. Good to see you. How have you found it being a Catholic in the media when most of your colleagues won't be Catholics, dealing with the kind of challenges that entails? And also, as a really excellent political reporter, a lot of people in the world of politics aren't Christians either. So how do you find that you stay grounded in your faith in that kind of context?
In terms of my relationship with the media, it's never been a problem. I have never felt that I have faced discrimination. It's more, as I said, ignorance than antipathy. So it might just be a lack of understanding. Of course, I work in comment, and I often joke that there's often a risk that what I write in the newspaper I can get away with, but if I said it in the office, I might get complaints. Right? So this is the world, this is the corporate world we now live in. And being a Catholic means that you are compelled to hold positions which our society is strongly against and actually finds outrageous. I mean, it sometimes annoys me that, it troubles me that we might become defined by those positions, especially in the world of politics. They are part of who you are, but they're not what defines you, being against abortion or assisted dying or anything like that. The far more radical thing, I think, is that Jesus Christ died and came back and was assumed into heaven. That's far more radical, but people don't engage with that. But on the whole, no, I haven't had too much trouble. In terms of the world of politics, I want to clear something up. MPs are very religious. They are not as religious as they were, but the intensity of their faith is growing. So if you judge the religion of Parliament, because we don't survey it as such, but if you judge it by how people swear in when they become MPs, you have a choice between swearing on the Bible or just affirming, right? So that is a good shorthand way of figuring out who in this Parliament is religious and who's not. And we're down to about half, and the majority of Labour MPs are not. But I have noticed both through interactions in Christian societies and Catholic groups and things like that, I think there is I think those that are tend to talk about it a lot and bring it to their legislating. You listen to people like Tim Farron, a Lib Dem, who is strongly against things like assisted dying. He's very open about talking about how his liberalism is rooted in his religion. But the other thing is that, yes, the number who are religious has gone down, but the variety of religion has grown, such that you'll have a Quran down there, you'll have 3 different versions of Buddhist scripture, and I think for the first time in history, a Book of Mormon. Right? We now have a Mormon. So it is true that, okay, maybe we're becoming a little bit less religious, but I think the influence of religion in debate is, in my perception, actually growing, partly because we're discussing those moral issues, but also we're seeing a flowering of different religions. And when it's come to assisted dying, all I can say is thank heavens for the Muslims. Because their contribution, if Labour didn't have so many Muslim MPs, this thing would not be quite close. So multiculturalism can be beautiful. Yeah. When it comes to assisted dying, it's been striking how it's a coalition between socially conservative Tories and very radical Labour MPs. And that is partly on the Labour side because they tend to represent the poorest constituencies. And they have this instinct that this will mean that services will be cut, that people will feel pressure, and that it will be their constituents who are most affected. I'm struck by the number of ethnic minority MPs who are against this. I'm struck by the number of nurses. Assisted dying, assisted suicide, I understand why people are in favour of it. Dying is horrible. I've seen people die. I understand why the idea that you could choose the means and time of your death is so attractive. But many Labour MPs understand that this is a rich man's fantasy. The reality is if you're poor in this country, you get substandard care, social or health, and you have people putting pressures on you. And that's why so many Labour MPs have taken that position. And I'm delighted by that. But that list of names you gave me, I'm very sad to tell you, they also, almost all of them, appear on the list of MPs who intend to vote to decriminalise abortion. It's very frustrating. Socialism was reshaped by the 1960s. It became more individualistic. It is more focused on identity campaigns like feminism. And it's materialist. It's ultimately about choice, my body, my choice. And therefore, give them an argument about the poor are going to suffer, and they'll be on your side. But when it comes to the question of abortion, I am sad to say, they still can't be persuaded over the line. But I'm working on it.
MP. She's Lib Dem. We had a wonderful MP beforehand who was Conservative and we knew him personally. This woman now, we didn't know from Adam. I know her very well because I've written to her and spoken to her so often. She is very pro-assisted dying. And whatever you say to her, she's not going to shift. And she said, Lib Dems, that is their function, assisted dying.
Yeah, but the funny thing is some of the best critics of assisted dying have come from the Lib Dems. As I said, Tim Farron, but also Sarah Owen, who I don't believe entered the debate strongly opposed, but has come to understand the flaws. And when some of us rant against liberalism, part of what we're trying to do is save liberalism from itself. There are those who argue that this is the natural terminus of liberalism, that reducing everything to choice and David Hume and all this sort of stuff inevitably ends in an extreme version of autonomy that means you can do whatever you like to yourself and possibly even to other people if they're in the womb. But there is also an argument that liberalism is based upon generosity. Some liberals, their views are rooted in natural rights. And as I say, if you talk to Tim Farron, he would say, I am a liberal because I believe I am created in the image of God, that God has endowed me with free choice. Therefore, I have choice, but I cannot take away that life and that liberty from other people. And he would include assisted dying and abortion in that. So often in modern society, and I think, if I may defend Alistair McIntyre, who's come in for a bruising, and everything you've said is quite right. And I also do want to add, I am concerned by some of the cultural conservatism that we're seeing coming up, which I want to encourage, but I am worried it betrays a utilitarian belief that if we just all become religious, we can be politically conservative. There are certain things we can fix by all becoming religious, whereas it should begin with, I want to be religious because I believe in Jesus, not because I want to be religious so that we have safer streets. That's ridiculous. But to someone to defend Alistair McIntyre, a lot of people in the modern world don't know what they don't know. That's the problem, his argument that we're in a dark ages. That part of the problem with the dark ages is that by its very nature, you don't realize it's dark because you've lost the skills and the intuitions. Maybe not intuitions, you disagree with that. You've lost the skills and you've lost the inheritance, the cultural inheritance that could have guided you through that dark period. But it's even darker than that because you don't have those skills. So as I said, going back to my friend who asked, how do I believe? If people haven't been raised how to pray, what a very strange thing praying is. How do you teach people to do it? Through being a child, I was just told, put your hands together and it'll come to you. So we have a much tougher job. And when it comes even to liberals, in a way, you have to re-educate themselves about where their own philosophy comes from, because they've just followed it on a certain terminus, and at some point, they don't realize what they don't know. And they don't even see where they're going, because they simply haven't, it hasn't been explained to them where this madness ends.
Tim, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So, as you've probably picked up by your sense of smell, the lunch has arrived. Since there's very little room in this hall, what we suggest is that you grab your lunch and something to drink, and you go downstairs. There's the hall area, and of course there's outside. So we'll reconvene here at 2 o'clock, where you can sleep off your lunch to the sound of me talking. full benefit of my talk, you need to be sitting very comfortably. If I'd known what Tim Sani was going to talk about, I would have asked him to tell us why his anecdote about failing to be recruited into the Soviet spy agency, which was even more difficult to get into, apparently, than the Roman Catholic Church. We can be grateful for some things. So I take it that those who want to sit and listen to me have now come. But there are still empty seats right at the front, so the walk of shame. So this is about evangelization, evangelizing after the Cultural Revolution. I'm very happy to note the previous talks have such an optimistic view, and which I'm going to not contradict here at all. I'm actually naturally quite a pessimistic person, but I do think there are some grounds for optimism. So I hope this is this the right kind of distance from the microphone? So I shall start. I think we've got the, basically we're all here. So evangelization must take account of the culture of the people to be evangelized. One way to approach the conflict which has been taking place within the church over the last 60 years, the lifetime of the Latin Mass Society, is to think of it as an argument about what aspects of modern culture present the best entry points for evangelization. There is a school of thought that says that, whether we like it or not, modern people don't understand symbols and don't like hierarchy. And you see this very much in post-conciliar documents, discussions, and even to some extent in the documents of the Council. And for this reason, the Church must put forward an evangelizing effort that minimizes those things while offering them something that they do want. Other people point to cultural developments which indicate that there is a hunger for hierarchy and symbols, and the people will come running if we offer these things to them. So, obviously, evangelization must take account of what the Church is like in herself, her own culture and message, which obviously influences how we go about presenting ourselves to others. It's all very well finding a way of presenting ourselves to other people that will attract them, but it's also got to represent us. And this is also a point of dispute within the Church. So in the first part of this talk, I want to explore the question of whether symbols put people off the Church or attract them to it. And then I will say something about Catholic culture and the Church's message. The idea that modern people don't want complex symbols is a powerful and persistent idea. And to understand what makes this idea attractive and what sort of assumptions or worldviews lies behind it, I want to approach it through the ideas of an influential proponent of this view, and one who is, with whom I have a great deal of sympathy, the Catholic anthropologist Mary Douglas. Her classic treatment of this subject is her 1966 book, Natural Symbols. So 1966, right on the button. This book was quoted by Michael Davis for her amusing observation about the abolition of Friday abstinence. Douglas wrote, "It is as if the liturgical signal boxes were manned by color-blind signalmen." This was because, in her view, Friday abstinence was such a powerful symbol for working class Catholics, or as she calls them, ironically, the Bog Irish. So I think our idea here is to defend the group of people who are often patronizingly dismissed as the Bog Irish. But there's a whole chapter with that title in her book. In the same discussion, however, Douglas proposed that this kind of Catholic was in decline. And as time went on, Western society was going to be increasingly dominated by non-symbolic, or at least symbol-light, culture. The symbols of religious culture, Douglas argues, make sense to people to whom symbols make sense. People who are not brought up with lots of symbols will struggle to understand or appreciate them. In traditional families, children grow up used to the ritual of family meals, the symbol of the paterfamilias sitting at the head of the table, and the family hierarchy that this implies. By the time she was writing in 1966, this was in decline, because more and more people, starting with what we might call the smart set, were eschewing such symbols and downplaying or rejecting social structures such as family meals, the rituals of Christmas, and even marriage and family as traditionally conceived. Thus, we can expect new generations to find symbols harder to understand and appreciate. Douglas compared the two kinds of Western culture, one heavily reliant on symbols and one not, to the contrast between two cultures studied by anthropologists in the Congo. Nomadic pygmies, on the one hand, and the settled farmers of the same region. The pygmies, she explained, have minimal social structures. They do their hunting and gathering in bands, but leadership is not well defined, and individuals frequently move from one band to another. There is very little, if any, specialization of function. Family structures are also very loose. Religion is very minimally organized and involves practically no religious personnel or ritual. The farmers, on the other hand, though living nearby, have all the things I've just mentioned that the pygmies lack, including a ritualized religious culture characterized, according to Douglas, by intense, ecstatic religious experience. So this is one of the things she associates with a highly ritualized kind of religion. Douglas makes the connection with the theological movement of her own time, such as the notoriously heterodox post-Vatican II Dutch catechism. So she writes, and I quote, "The doctrine of the transformation of the bread into the divine body is played down, and the other modes of Christ's presence, particularly the word, is played up. They can't take it, the Dutch bishops who issued this catechism, and the open-minded English teachers who seized on it as a watered-down expression of a faith that has practically lost meaning for them. The mystery of the Eucharist is too dazzlingly magical for their impoverished symbolic perception. Like the pygmies, I say it again, since they often seem to pride themselves on having reached some high point of intellectual development, they cannot conceive of the deity as located in any one thing or place." Unquote. So I like bringing Douglas into this because she's essentially on our side, but she's saying something which is quite depressing, if it's true. So Douglas is clearly correct that the rising generation of the middle classes of the 1960s rejected many traditional symbols. And this process has indeed dissolved important aspects of our culture, particularly around marriage and the family. This is clearly downstream of an Enlightenment rejection of obscurantism and inherited customs, that is to say, Enlightenment rationalism. What is not so clear, however, are two questions. First, were the 1960s middle-class people rejecting all symbolism or swapping one set of symbols for another? Second, are their children and grandchildren incapable of appreciating symbols today? Rationalists since the 18th century have rejected the very rich symbolism of the Catholic Church, but the leading lights of this movement have been writers, philosophers, and artists whose entire lives were spent in creating and manipulating symbols. They were not about to start living like pygmies, which would, in any case, have been pretty difficult in Northern Europe, and industrialization was moving Western societies further away from the hunter-gatherer model at a rapid pace, with greater and greater specialization. The formalization of education, the professionalization of many disciplines, and the rise of the bureaucratic state all created new hierarchies. My own thoughts on this process, which I have developed elsewhere, is that while the ideology of rationalism rejects tradition and hierarchy, the implementation of this program was actually pretty superficial. We see the destruction of Catholic traditions because the rationalists didn't like their content, but at the same time, rationalists were building their own traditions, less beautiful, less humane, and less useful, but traditions all the same. The decline of religion in the West, at least among intellectuals, was not a matter of coming to believe in nothing at all. Still less was it about adopting the diffuse animistic pantheism which an anthropologist like Mary Douglas might regard as the form of religion that corresponds to a non-hierarchical and non-symbolic society. In reality, religion was often rejected in the West, but in favor of a highly symbolic ideology, such as scientism, communism, militarism, or theosophy, the last of these being the ancestor of the New Age movement. Having said that, I would concede two things to Mary Douglas's thesis. One is that the culture developed first by the Enlightenment and then by the cultural crisis of the 1960s is, at any rate, less traditional and less focused on symbols than the European cultures that went before. Indeed, many of the traditions and symbols of the Enlightenment itself were subsequently rejected by their own descendants. My second concession is that this new culture was not equally well suited to different parts of society. It was created by intellectuals and doesn't work well for less educated people. This contrasts with Christian culture, which has a remarkable ability to transform the whole of society and find a place for every kind of person. With the destruction of the traditional culture of the West, we find important parts of society with the bare minimum in the way of culture. So, what of people of today? If the leading figures of the 1960s rejected so much of the symbolism and hierarchy of Western culture, what is the attitude of their descendants 2 generations later? Young adults today have certainly been educated to reject the Christian message and to despise hierarchy. But modern culture can go in a number of different directions. Consider the concept of a chosen family. This is the family substitute rebellious young people choose for themselves in place of their boring old parents and other blood relations. If you think that choice and consent are key concepts in morality and the proper basis for personal identity, as many people do, then a chosen family has greater legitimacy and authenticity than a biological family. It is the ultimate negation of inherited culture. Most commonly, a chosen family is adopted when a young person identifies as homosexual or transsexual or with some other identity politics tribe and transfers his allegiance from biological family to exciting new friends in one of these so-called communities. This is the point of adopting a chosen family, to join a community, a tribe, and to adopt an identity. The adoption of chosen families is a phenomenon of a society in which biological families and their culture have been radically weakened, and it is clear that in many cases the young people involved are not moving from an overly rigid, stifling family culture with dense networks of relationships and a limited number of acceptable life pathways to something more liberal and open. On the contrary, they are moving from a family that is weak, perhaps to the point of being non-functional, and which has failed to give them a secure place in a wider community or a sense of identifiable and valorized life options. And what they have adopted instead is much more rigid and demanding, offering a tightly knit community built around a highly specific way of life. Now you're in the gang, chum, here are the rules. What of the mainstream middle-class culture? Is this all open-minded with a flattened hierarchy and few symbols? On the contrary, thanks to the developments, especially since about 2010, we find in the higher echelons of the professional classes a highly stratified symbolic culture of such complexity that it would make a Byzantine court eunuch's head spin. Indeed, it is becoming clear that only people with a high level of education, preferably those who have been brought up to it in the right kind of prosperous, super-liberal culture, can successfully navigate the intricacies of the woke academic world, the higher reaches of woke corporations, or much of the public sector. In a slightly different way, the Mother's online discussion forum, Mumsnet, is strewn with unmentionable topics and forbidden opinions, as are many Facebook special interest groups. Such is the investment needed to be a successful part of these worlds, and such are the rewards for those who manage it, that their denizens have been called cultural capitalists. People who turn cultural assets into a living, just as artists and intellectuals have done down the centuries. In the modern marketplace of cultural capitalism, the less intellectually agile will sooner or later blurt out the wrong pronouns, wave an obsolete version of the pride flag, mistake the order of precedence in the hierarchy of victimhood, or break some other unwritten rule. Those who do so often face a terrible defenestration. If you think that the 613 rules of the Torah identified by Orthodox Jews, or the umpteen ways a priest can commit a mortal sin when celebrating Mass, are a bit demanding, you should consider the ways a liberal intellectual can be cancelled. They are as numberless as the stars of heaven, but unlike the stars, they change every 6 months. Furthermore, in many of these communities, there is no absolution and no forgiveness for transgressors. The blood of heifers and of goats will avail you nothing. We can laugh at this stuff, and indeed, we must laugh at it, but to repeat, this is not a marginal phenomenon. The woke people have created a new culture of staggering complexity and brutally enforced rules, and established its hegemony at the center of Western society. The anti-hierarchical, anti-symbolic social model, insofar as it was ever real, has now failed in its heartlands among the very people that Mary Douglas thought were most suited to it. An unlovely illustration of the new culture is the race-to-dinner phenomenon in the USA, in which two anti-racist activists, Regina Jackson and Sarah Rao, are paid $2,500. This is all true, I read it in The Guardian. Plus, they're paid $2,500 plus their dinner to tell 8 white women who have volunteered and have often paid to be part of this, that they, the women, are irredeemably racist. The women are challenged, they confess their guilt, they weep. It's a secularized version of some kind of 17th century religious mania. It's the perfect kind of ecstatic religiosity that Mary Douglas thought we were leaving behind because of the liberalization and the flattening of hierarchies and all that stuff. Now, this isn't, obviously, not everyone does this race to dinner madness, but in fact, this is just the extreme end of a huge phenomenon which has left very, very few schools, even in this country, untouched. And in that way, it touches almost every family in the land. To pull the threads together in this part of the discussion, it is obviously true that many aspects of Christian culture were destroyed for great swathes of society in the course of the 20th century, leaving many people lacking cultural resources that are still required for a psychologically and materially comfortable life in a complex society, such as a sense of identity and a secure place in a community. The woke elite don't have this problem because they have adopted a new, highly symbolic culture, but this is incapable of expanding to include all the classes of society, unlike
traditional religious cultures. And in this, it is even worse than earlier versions of post-Enlightenment elite culture. At its most successful, this new culture is cruel, ugly, and vapid. It excludes vast swathes of society as a sort of massa damnata, or basket of deplorables, and at regular intervals, it casts into outer darkness the most intelligent and independent-minded members of its own elite. The situation is certainly grim, but in terms of evangelizing opportunities, although there are many complicating factors, our current cultural situation represents a wide open door for the church. The opportunity here is colossal. It is high time we notice the way that things have turned out. I get the impression that many people in the church are still convinced that modern society is characterized by people who are perfectly content to be cultureless, atomized individuals, and who are thoroughly put off, for example, by something as old-fashioned as people genuflecting to the Blessed Sacrament. In reality, the unconverted world is dominated by two overlapping groups of people: the ones who genuflect to Black Lives Matter and the ones who are looking for something more worthy of veneration. At this point, I turn to the question of the church's own culture. In the middle of the 20th century, the church was subject to the same winds of change as other institutions. I have written elsewhere in more detail about the factors driving disaffiliation from the church, which come down to a series of things that increased the influence on Catholics of ideas hostile to the faith, notably radio and television, the expansion of higher education, war damage, slum clearance and suburbanization disrupting Catholic communities, war service and migration. These factors, at the same time or a bit later, had a similar effect on culinary traditions, minority languages, all sorts of membership organizations, and practically every institution and practice that created and embodied social capital. The concept of social capital was popularized by Robert Putnam in his seminal book, Bowling Alone, which was published in 2000, which is all about its decline since the 1960s. He writes that the phrase, and I quote, refers to connections among individuals, social networks, and the norms of reciprocity and trustworthiness that arise from them, unquote. Having a circle of friends and a wider circle of people you know and trust, chatting over the garden fence, hosting dinner parties and attending card-playing circles, amateur sports, volunteering, church-going, all these things, Putnam tells us, makes people more economically productive and happier, and all took a terrible knock from the factors I just listed. People stopped getting their ideas from their neighbors, from their card-playing chums. They started getting their ideas from the television. It cut them off from their neighbors. As the crisis developed, it was young people who were most exposed to these influences, and the church was faced by them, raising the young people, raising new questions about the faith and its practices, and being less willing to come to Mass, to marry within the church, and in general, to maintain the church as a social and supernatural reality. This was interpreted by many in the church as the opening offer in a negotiation. Young Catholics, they thought, could be persuaded to remain in the fold if the price was not so high. If the church insisted less on the difficult teachings, abolished Friday abstinence, frowned less on the marrying outside the church, accepted that some people would only attend Mass once a month, and so on. This was a mistake, however. The questions and the general reluctance to toe the line were the result of newly powerful outside influences countering the habits and influences which had ensured that previous generations of young Catholics had maintained the practice of the faith. The effect of the liberalizing concessions offered by the church was to expose young Catholics to still more outside influences and still less to countervailing influences from within the community and the tradition, which could have been the sources of answers to their questions and sources of motivations for sticking to the faith. For this reason, they directly accelerated the process of disaffiliation. You may wonder where the destruction of the ancient liturgy fits into all this.
I am not someone who attributes all the church's woes to the liturgical reform. Clearly, the reform can't explain the massive decline of membership of the Freemasons, to take just one example at random, and a whole lot of other membership organisations and social activities which followed a very similar trajectory to the decline of church membership among Catholics. Whatever caused problems for other communities must have had an effect on the church as well. It doesn't follow that the reform was insignificant, however, and it is easy to see what its influence was. We can see in the letters pages of the Catholic press in the 1960s and from the diaries and biographies of Catholics who lived through reform that it had a shattering effect on a huge number of people who felt disoriented, alienated from the church, and deprived of a marker of identity that has served to unite the Catholic community. The reality, indeed, is acknowledged and regretted by many proponents of the reform who hoped that things would settle down when people got used to the new liturgy. The problem is that apart from anything more theologically or spiritually profound, the new liturgy was much less distinctive as a marker of identity for Catholics against Protestantism, against secularism, and against modernity than the old Mass had been, and was so by design. It fitted into a wider post-conciliar policy of making concessions to the very influences that were dismantling the Catholic Church as a human community. I need to stress this wider point because a lot turns on it and it is very fiercely contested. We are endlessly told that the Church, and no doubt other institutions, would have fared even worse in the course of the crisis of the 1960s if she had not made concessions, following the advice of Aesop's fable of the reed and the oak tree in the storm. The oak is uprooted and the reed survives. The problem, however, is that the nature of the concessions being made. Reactionary as I am, I don't think the Church should have forbidden people to travel by car or refused to engage with television or later the internet. The Church has to reach people where they are. We can all agree on that. What needs to be hammered home is that sanctioning changes that reduce the influence of the liturgy, the patrimony of Catholic art, literature and thought, and of the Catholic community itself over people on the brink of disaffiliation is like treating blood loss with a course of bloodletting, as happened to the wounded after the Battle of Waterloo. This is what happened when the Jesuits moved their seminaries from the countryside to the cities, when teachers in Catholic schools were no longer required to be Catholic, when bishops failed to support Catholic newspapers, radio stations, and television initiatives, when restrictions on Catholics attending non-Catholic religious services were loosened, when the importance of the Blessed Virgin Mary, the saints, and in our country, the martyrs of penal times was minimized, when devotional art was stripped out of churches, when specifically Catholic devotions like benediction and the Rosary were discouraged, when Latin ceased to be taught in Catholic schools and seminaries, when secular music styles replaced chant in the liturgy, when Catholics were encouraged to seek spiritual wisdom from Protestant, Orthodox, or pagan sources, when the traditional Mass was suppressed, and so on and on and on. Some of these decisions could be defended in isolation. Some were motivated by practical considerations. The problem is that every one of them pulled in the same direction, and there was no systematic attempt to counter their inevitable effect, the effect, I mean, of detaching Catholics from their own cultural patrimony, and even from their co-religionists. The consequences were entirely predictable, and no one is entitled to be surprised to see them duly come to pass. Catholics detached from the church community and from the practice of the faith are more likely to lapse. Catholics who are part of a strong Catholic community with Catholic role models and fellow Catholics they can talk to in perplexity, Catholics in touch with the resources of Catholic art, literature, and the intellectual life, Catholics whose spiritual lives are fed by specifically Catholic devotional practices and informed by Catholic spiritual martyrs, these are obviously going to be less susceptible to the siren songs of secularism, Protestantism, and sinful lifestyles than Catholics who do not have those things.
It is not that all the things brought in from outside the church, the Catholic tradition, be it music or art or ideas, are necessarily bad in themselves. Each can be considered on its merits. The problem I'm drawing attention to here is simply that they don't tie you into a Catholic culture. They won't stop people from disaffiliating from something of which they are not themselves part. The response of the church to the cultural crisis of the 1960s was then a huge and tragic mistake. To be fair to our predecessors in the faith, the same mistake was being made by a great many cultural institutions at the time, and one reason for this was that factors pulling people away from the faith and other traditions were having their effect on the people thinking up and implementing institutional responses to those pressures. Bishops, priests, Catholic school teachers and parents, no less than secular politicians and museum directors and all the rest, were reading the newspapers and watching TV. Many of them were convinced by the commentators of the time of the inevitability of teenage rebellion, despite this being a phenomenon different in kind from anything in previous recorded history. They were also soaking up the idea that the old order was unreasonably restrictive and needed to be radically reshaped, despite the fact that the social norms of the 1950s were vastly more easygoing than those of previous eras. It is not just the wisdom of hindsight to point out that the church should have examined each proposed change to discern carefully if it was going to serve the good of souls. This was literally what was demanded by Vatican II on the liturgical front in Sacrosanctum Concilium section 23. And this policy was actually carried out by a Christian religious community that survived the storm better than most, the American Amish. We can disagree as much as we like with the Amish, but they have been richly rewarded for their caution. Far from collapsing, like liberal Christian denominations, the Amish population is currently doubling in size approximately every 20 years. Unfortunately, in the 1960s and since, thinking within the church about the nature of Catholic culture and community has been remarkably confused. Indeed, those two words have become strangely opposed to each other. The word community has taken on a liberal colouring. For example, liturgical practices that play down the sacrificial nature of the Mass, or what is called the vertical orientation of liturgy, its evocation of the transcendent and its sense of addressing itself to God, are defended as emphasizing instead the horizontal or community aspect of the liturgy. The word culture, by contrast, has an elitist colouring, and the phrase Catholic culture seems to be used only by conservative and traditionalist Catholics. It has become associated with the culture of the past, and the people of the present and of the future are assumed to reject all that stuff because, in accordance with the Mary Douglas thesis already discussed, modern people don't like symbols and hierarchy, supposedly. What the trendsetters in the church thought they were doing was toning down the symbols and hierarchy to make the church more acceptable to people who didn't like symbols and hierarchy. What they expected to happen was for these cultureless people somehow to form communities without culture, bound together only by the creed and sacraments. This hasn't happened because no community can exist without a culture. Indeed, those parts of our society which really have lost their culture can no longer be described as communities because a sense of solidarity, mutual understanding, and trust become possible only in the context of markers of identity and a common way of life. The Catholic community was battered by the things that affected practically everyone in the 1960s, but our own leadership went to extraordinary lengths to make it worse than it needed to have been. Today, we have an elite culture far more complicated in its own way than the traditional hierarchies and symbols left behind in the 1960s. Not everyone has been able to get on board with this new culture, but those left behind do not embrace their new world without symbols as a blessed liberation. Rather, they have found themselves in a bleak and friendless wasteland. This is all to say that the traditional culture of the church was never as off-putting as many claimed it was in the 1960s, and today, when the cultural scene has had another 60 years or so to develop, it is clear that it is powerfully attractive to a great many people who are searching for meaning. The church certainly has the problem that its own culture is not manifested in an attractive way in a great many church buildings, Catholic publications, or indeed Catholic individuals. It is manifested very beautifully in the traditional Mass. And this is the point of hope for the church. If we want to make the most of the evangelizing opportunity that I've been talking about, however, we need two things. First, we have to be aware of the differences between the values of Catholic culture and the values of the various forms of non-Catholic culture which may influence the people who are attracted to the faith. It is one thing to be attracted by symbols, it is another thing to accept the worldview that they are expressing. The awareness seems to be easier in the context of traditional Mass than it is in many mainstream Catholic settings. Indeed, it is becoming a cliche that people who have come into the church under the influence of the traditional Mass are more theologically orthodox than cradle Catholics. Second, the people who are attracted to the Catholic faith today are often people who lack a functioning community that can offer them support or a sense of identity. This is a psychological need and a social need, and as I have been arguing, it is also a fact that Catholic evangelizers cannot show off Catholic culture if there is no Catholic community which actually lives it. This brings us back to the supposed contrast between community and culture. Liberal Catholics who talk endlessly about community don't seem to be very good at building a community up. Church services which are all about holding hands and emoting have not made Protestant communities strong and resilient, and they don't work for us either. I was struck by a remark of Scott Hahn in the full version of the interview he did for the Mass of the Ages trilogy, which is available to their supporters on their website, and I quote. So this is Scott Hahn speaking ex-tempore. Why would we want anthropocentric and communal first and foremost, and not be theocentric and focus as a community on the glory and majesty of God? Nothing will form a community that is tighter and more devout and will become holy more than being God-centered. End quote. A community needs a shared set of symbols, values, and sense of identity. In other words, a culture. These things are much more to be found in young and growing traditional Mass congregations than in the aging and collapsing congregations of liberal Anglican parishes and those Catholic parishes that most resemble them. A community without a culture is impossible because a shared culture is what distinguishes a community from, say, the people who happen to be stuck in the same traffic jam. What we can learn from books or see in museums may inspire our work of restoring culture, but a living culture cannot exist without a community that lives it, and it is to a living culture that people must be attracted if they are to come to the church. The church's culture is the church's witness to her own beliefs, but we don't encounter these as naked creedal formulas. Rather, the forms of life of a community, its customs and practices, are shaped and inspired by the ideas, and this is why it is possible to have different national and regional Catholic cultures, with the same idea being manifested culturally in different ways. From what I have said in the first half of this presentation, it is apparent that there is a hunger for a community in the sense of a network of individuals capable of giving its members a sense of identity and moral and practical support. This is a natural rather than a supernatural reality, and the Catholic Church can do much more for people than this. But that fact should not distract us from the fact that the Church can do this as well. This is indeed a necessary function of any community, including a Christian one. Christ established a church to evangelize the world, not simply a book or a set of ideas. And the church as a community can pass on the faith in the way that communities pass on their values, both to new generations and to adults who come under their influence through the natural means of community ties and the passing on of human culture. If we accept that this is true, the next step is to accept that the natural human aspect of the church as a community has to be established by natural and human means, shared symbols and shared experiences, shared attitudes and ways of life, and meeting and getting to know each other. It is God's way, as we see in the history of salvation, to use both natural and supernatural means for the same ends. The natural protection offered to Our Lady and to the infant Saviour by St. Joseph as the father of a family might seem wholly inadequate to the task of warding off the threat posed by King Herod. But it is not for that reason set aside. Instead, it was made adequate to the task by supernatural assistance. For every generation, the natural process by which children are influenced by their parents and by the other people to whom they look up to in the community is the natural means by which the faith is passed on. The natural advantages, materially and psychologically, of having a sense of identity, of having a network of friends, of seeing examples of lifestyle choices, both good and bad, are part of what it means for the church to be a visible human institution. We have been living through a time when this human institution has declined in its strength and coherence, and this has had direct and calamitous effects on the effectiveness of the church's divine mission. To be able to evangelize, we must restore the church as a community with a distinctive Catholic culture. I would like to end with this thought. I'm sure no one listening to this will disagree that strong communities like motherhood and apple pie are a good thing. The question is whether we are prepared to do the things that actually strengthen our communities. This is a question that bishops, head teachers of our schools, parish priests, and parents all have to answer. Are you prepared to go the extra mile to bring back markers of Catholic identity, to restore Catholic devotions, to have grace before meals and statues of the saints and recognizable traditional church architecture and all the other obvious things? It is also a question for us as individuals. Are we prepared to spend the time and effort strengthening the bonds among Catholics? This is a particular problem today because many mass congregations are too small to fulfill members' needs for community. We have to think about restoring the dense networks that once existed between Catholics on a regional, national, and international level, such as are fostered by the work of the Latin Mass Society. At this moment in the history of the Church, this work is more important than ever. Would anyone like to ask a question? I've just everyone to stunned silence. Yes, go ahead. Oh, you're going to get a microphone.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Shaw. One big question that I would have is where do you see the Latin Mass Society in maybe a generation or two? Do you think it will have to still exist, or do you think by then we will get some sense of tradition back that we've lost?
Well, can't it be both? I think the way I see the Latin Mass Society is as an organisation that promotes the traditional liturgy. And in past centuries, there have been lay associations which have promoted the liturgy, which have put on liturgies, paid for liturgies, taken part in liturgies and paraliturgical devotions, carried statues around, done special processions in Holy Week, all those sorts of things. And I think it's entirely appropriate and healthy and normal for there to be a lay association which promotes a liturgy in a particular form, has an expertise in that, supplies volunteers for that, it has resources in that. Why not? There's someone at the back, Maurizio.
Hi, thank you for that brilliant talk. One thing I don't know, so I'd like to know, is in the wake of Vatican II and the various liturgical changes, one thinks of large numbers of people drifting away, but as you hinted at in your speech, did significant numbers of people walk away in disgust? I just don't know the answer to that. Was that a phenomenon?
Yes. Yes. There's no way of giving a figure for that, but it's something that you see in biographies and autobiographies and personal testimonies. People who didn't like the new mass stopped going to church, for example. Not all of them, but that was a factor. And people were affected by it in a way that they couldn't articulate. And that's obviously particularly difficult to identify exactly what was going on, but it just stopped working for them. And in fact, you see the same process in the church today. People complain, priests and bishops complain, that if they move a mass time, for example, then there's a massive lapsation. And they say, well, why is it so difficult to come to mass half an hour later? Or these two masses, they become too small, let's just unify them. Or, these two parishes, let's just have one. But they discover that every single time you abolish the 9:30 at St. Edwin's and say to people, look, there's one at 10 o'clock just down the road. Honestly, it's really easy. You can just go there. It doesn't happen. Why not? Because the reason why people are going to those masses, this is the Novus Ordo I'm talking about, not entirely, but a significant part of the reason is because of a social network. They're going to see their friends. It's part of their Sunday routine. If you disrupt that, then you lower the incentive to go to church by some critical amount, and a certain percentage of people, it will no longer be worthwhile. So that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Anything that disrupts this human contact, the human community, is going to shake people out. And of course, a massive recent example of that is COVID. So you can't go to church, and the bishops were telling us, oh, well, it's fine, attend online and make an act of perfect contrition and make a spiritual communion and it'll be fine. Well, it's not all fine, because actually you've taken away an entire community from those individuals, and that's a massive thing. And I used to think, gosh, those people who don't go to mass because it's been moved by half an hour, isn't that perhaps not very impressive, and they should be sort of supernaturally motivated. But I feel I understand now more. You can't separate the two things. It's being part of a community, and that community being shaped around a shared belief in God and stuff. Actually, it's one thing. It's a single phenomenon. You destroy the community, and some people will be really motivated to kind of go and find another one, or to continue to believe in their prison cell, perhaps, in the gulag or whatever it is. But a lot of people, it simply stops presenting itself to them as a spiritual reality. And I think it's not necessarily because they're I suppose they are relatively weak in faith, but it's not because they had no faith at all. It's that they're losing touch with it. Sorry, I'm babbling on now. Any other? Yes, Sebastian.
One of the problems, it seems to me, with the whole sort of Novus Ordo paradigm is that it reflects a current or a theme in modernity that's very tiresome, which is that whilst you hear a great deal about pluralism and diversity, what you have concurrently going on is very aggressive homogenization. And you see a very similar thing happening in the church, where actually the liturgy ends up being the same everywhere as long as it's vernacularized in the local language. It seems to me that claiming our own liturgical birthright must coincide with recovering the true diversity of the liturgical expressions of the Church. And in our own national context here, that would mean a restoration of the Sarum Rite, perhaps the York Rite. I was married in the Dominican Rite. I like the fact that there is this great liturgical pluralism and diversity. I think that's part of the beautiful tapestry of the Church. I know we're on the battlefield right now, but perhaps when we come to negotiating the peace treaty, part of that can be a recovery of some of that liturgical tradition, which, after all, as I say, is our birthright as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm all in favour of the diversity of traditional rites. I think they're very rich and interesting and everything. In the context of what I've just said, though, you might think that presents a challenge to me, because what I've been saying is that we need a kind of marker of identity. We need a kind of unifying experience and common experiences and things to talk about and stuff, more than we need kind of diversity. And actually, you could turn this around and say the problem with the Novus Ordo is it's too diverse. And in fact, as we all know, you get a totally different liturgical experience. You go to the Novus Ordo here, you go to the Novus Ordo in the Servite parish, literally the next parish down the road. And heaven knows what happened if you go into the north or the south. And you just don't know what, the theology, the liturgy, the community will be kind of chalk and cheese. And that's a problem, because when you meet a fellow Catholic, in the workplace or at a dinner party or something, you have no idea what this person is going to say about anything. And so you can't really feel a sense of, community or fellow feeling with that in the way that, once upon a time we could. The interesting thing about liturgical diversity in the past, of the kind we had before the Second Vatican Council, and even more the kind we had before the Reformation, is that although people felt very strongly about their local traditions and defended them sometimes violently, of course, as everything was done violently in the Middle Ages. So people who went to Milan, for example, to try and impose the Roman Rite, left faster than they arrived, I think, on some occasions. But they, nevertheless, despite this, and this is true in medieval society in general, that you have these very, very strong local attachments. It's a local patriotism, the patriotism of the parish, of the town, of the county, of the sort of small state, because most states were, many states were very small. It actually didn't undermine their sense of solidarity with their fellow Christians. So, for example, that eccentric medieval woman who who travelled around Europe, whose name eludes me now, Marjorie Kemp. Yeah, so Marjorie Kemp, extraordinary, a middle-class woman, not literate, but quite self-possessed with a little bit of money. She travelled all over Europe. Really quite an extraordinary woman. She went to, and she would have experienced all kinds of different liturgies. And what she says in her book, which she dictated, is how impressed she was, for example, at the liturgy of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. She never says that she felt alienated or kind of put off. She just thought, gosh, this is their local tradition. I'm not expecting to find this back in, Bishop's Lynn, as it was called before the Reformation. It was not King's Lynn. I'm not expecting to find back home. But this is really amazing and cool and interesting, because she recognized that it was a sort of, a cousin of her own liturgy. It wasn't something that was kind of pushing in a different direction. It wasn't something that was trying to get her to have a different theology or something. Whereas the diversity we have in the Novus Ordo, frankly, there is a different liturgical theology going on in the 11 o'clock here than in many places. But yeah, bring it all back, yeah. Sarah, why not? Go on then. Tom Colsey. Oh, is there one from the... okay. Should we have it then? From the internet?
There is one, yeah.
Yeah, Joseph, a question from someone identifies as Conniche Russell. How can someone go about promoting the Latin Mass in a diocese where it is somewhat looked down upon? How can we convince the bishop that the Latin Mass isn't evil?
Well, that's a rather a wide question. I could have talked for 50 minutes about that instead, and perhaps I should avoid the temptation to... Yeah, all right. I think one thing I would say is traditional Catholics just try to not be too rude, too weird, or just get on with what you are able to get on with, and that may be going to Mass in a different diocese. It may be just having low Mass. It might be going along to a priest's private Mass on his day off. It might be having Vespers. It might be having a group of people saying the Rosary. Do what you can do, and work on the people that seem to be open to being worked on. So someone's very keen right at the back. Yeah, I think I may even know the same people that you know. Well, obviously we can't address this, to individual cases, but in general, I'm not worried about people being attracted by the quote unquote the aesthetics, because it's just not something that I can worry about. People are attracted by whatever it is they're attracted. They come into church, and what it is that they experience, that's something which we can affect. And what they should experience, ideally, in the ideal Catholic liturgy, is a liturgy which expresses the faith as clearly as possible. So there's a document, it might be Redemptionis Sacramentum, about liturgical abuses, which says that some liturgical abuses, they make it harder to recognize Christ in the liturgy. And I think that's a tremendously valuable idea. The best liturgy, the one that's done with reverence and beautiful music and all the rest of it, is one that reveals Christ. And by all means, and this is very much a thing of St. Philip Neri, get them in. Why, whatever means, give them free lollipops. If that would help, get them in, and then they experience the liturgy, and that is, you are giving them an experience of Christ, reading himself in the liturgy. As a matter of fact, I think it's a mistake to think of the liturgy as an evangelizing tool. It is an evangelizing tool, but by accident. It's not its primary purpose. Its primary purpose is to worship God, and even its secondary purpose is to sanctify the faithful. If someone comes in off the street and is impressed by that, that's lovely, but that's something which we have to take care of itself. I don't think we should be kind of trying to tweak the liturgy to sort of, let's see if we can get this extra person over the threshold, or change the exact experience they have when they get there. And I think that's the road to madness. And Louis Boyer said the same thing. We've got to have something for ourselves, liturgy. Liturgy is an internal thing for the church. It's the most intimate moment of the Christian community. It's not a kind of showcase. It's not a kind of CTS pamphlet written for people considering leaving Mormonism or something. That's a different discipline. I ought to stop. But Tom, you asked your question. Okay. Okay. Well, I can immediately ask the next person, but if you want to clap, you can. So this is, we now have James Gillick, and we now have a variety of different heights of lectern, depending on how tall you're feeling. But for those who don't know, James is an artist, is one of our best known Catholic artists, and I'll leave the rest to him.
Joseph is partly right. In my own home, I'm incredibly famous. When I come down the stairs in the morning, everybody knows my name. I have my talk here. But outside of our front door, most things about me are unknown, except that I'm a painter serving a small circle of the commercial and professional class who have funded the arts in Europe since the 16th century, namely those who manage the affairs of the billionaire ruling class. My clients are very hidden, very talented, energetic people. I'm very fond of them, and I am their clown, a man who adds no weight to their burden of responsibilities. I am a professional nobody. Because I am a weightless thing, I eat at their tables and I drink tea with them. They give me insights to share that are hard to come by. That is me. Much more important than this is, who do I think I am talking to? Who are you? Well, you're trouble, aren't you? You're definitely trouble. You take serious things seriously. You're very exacting of yourselves, and you expect those around you to try their hardest. You go to confession a lot. Though you respect it, you don't seem to be afraid of rank or status. You grade courage above most virtues. You're intense. You're idealistic. You seem to me to be fixed on finding your way to a destination that the world you walk in simply cannot see. You seem to be trying to decipher something that you consider yourself to be in receipt of, not to have generated yourselves. You are very particular about things that others dismiss as being of no consequence. You have little top-down patronage. Even the thought of you thinking about what you think about gets under the skin of people who don't have time to think about what you think about. You're a new thing, reiterating something uncompromising, simple, and ancient. You're an irritant, and you're trouble. Happily, all of those issues are some of the very distinct characteristics of sainthood as it has appeared throughout salvation history. Since the millennium hove over the horizon into view, the whole church has been earnestly praying for a new dawn, a new evangelization, a second spring. We are now halfway through Christ's hidden years. In 5 years will be the wedding at Cana. In 8 years will be his Triduum. But somehow, in praying for this second spring, the church convinced itself that the Holy Spirit, he who moved over the morass of our unformed universe and drew an order from the sea of its component parts with an irreducible exactitude, would somehow produce a new type of saint who was mostly just fuzzy and amenable and comfortable. But saints aren't usually like that. Saints bring a type of martyrdom. They bring a type of martyrdom to the rest of the church because basically saints are almost impossible to live with. You are certainly one lovely facet of this second spring, and in this room and in your company, I identify as a martyr. I am delighted to be here today to serve you. I am talking to you today because the journey you are on is a graceful journey towards more grace. Inevitably, you will be taken very deeply into both the substructure of this enigmatic universe and into the mantle of made things that the Holy Spirit drew over it as it was created. The cloak of God-made things is called the cosmos. Cloak is what cosmos means. Just as inevitably you will be prompted to make manifest what you see of God. Most of you are already deeply interested in culture and the arts. Some of you commission work. Some of you hunger to do so. Some of you have been doing so for a very long time. Rather than talk about your journey towards mystery, which is essentially personal and unique, I am going to now set your course with a sensible pigeon step. Put the right art in front of the right people. Over my working life, I have compiled a dozen or so pragmatic maxims that summarize how art has been brought into the world successfully for the longest time. This step is as good a place to start as any. I tend to talk like an artist. I assume you can't see what I can see. You don't have before your eyes what I have. So I strip out all unnecessary detail and I delineate an idea with a heavy pencil and a simplified line. I'll let you fill in the spaces. I deliberately leave blank with your own musings. Put the right art in front of the right people. The arts are not an appendix to society, a functionless appendage to fill with the excess after all of society's bellies are full. Artistic acts, cultural acts, or great acts, as I call them, take their parentage from the physical effort of Jesus on the day of his passion through to its outcome, the resurrection and the destruction of the burden of our slavery to sin and death. The reconciliation of the indebted with the lender is called salvation. The firstborn of that marriage between physical effort and liberation is liturgy leading to sacrament. The third generation in that family is the laying down of the life of the individual into great acts, the sublimation of ordinary sweat and toil into a noble sacrifice. I'm going to say that again. Artistic acts, cultural acts, or great acts as I call them, take their parentage from the physical effort of Christ's passion through to its outcome, the resurrection and the destruction of our slavery. The firstborn of that marriage between physical effort and liberation is liturgy leading to sacrament. Third in line is the laying down of the life of the individual into great acts, the sublimation of ordinary sweat and toil into a noble sacrifice. This is culture. Culture is the overturning of debt and slavery in society. Culture, cultus, means worship. The arts, great acts, are this important. And the job to make a great act is a nuanced business. Put the right art in front of the right people. Two painful memories. One was an exhibition I put on in mainland China in 2013 for a phone tech manufacturer who was engaged in a vast real estate enterprise, a man called Pan Sutong. I can't tell you how troublesome it was to get great big paintings into Hong Kong and then over the border at that time. When he came to see them, Mr. Pan, my client, couldn't physically turn his head to look at them as he walked past. He was mute and he was angry. His daughter shielded her eyes as she walked past, like that. After that, they came and went by a different entrance. It turns out that my color combination that I used in my painting were profoundly unlucky to Mr. Pan. They had brought Mr. Pan bad luck. Whilst it was explained to me there, another clear example was given that bishops in China are advised not to wear mitres in liturgical green because a green hat means no other thing apart from that its wearer is a cuckold. Seriously. I wish someone had told me about colour. I sold nothing. A second instance, I recall standing in front of the South Chapel of Westminster Cathedral in the spring of 2017. That's the Holy Family Chapel. If you go down the church, it's the one on the right-hand side at the back. You may know of it, you may have seen it, you may even like it. As I was standing there, thinking that it must have been a late work by the Catholic cartoonist who drew Pugwash, John Ryan, I noticed a young man, shoulder to shoulder, forehead leaning together, hugger-mugger, pointing at the icon and obviously talking about it. So I went to ask them their opinion. They were Russian. "What is wrong?" I said. He said, "It is wrong. It is not right. It is bad." And they were more angry than I thought possible. "What's wrong again?" I said. "Joseph's arm. It is around Mary's shoulder. This means she is his woman. He is holding Jesus and Mary. This means it is his baby. It is wrong." And out they went. Oof, I thought. This is why the statue of Joseph, holding the Christ child, Joseph has the lily of sexual purity in his free hand. It's a nuanced business. There are two dominant, valid, and long-lasting, long-tested traditions in the cradle of Christianity in Middle Eastern and the European Church. I'm going to forget the beautiful part of the Catholic world where the Apostle Thomas went. The figurative or representative image tradition and the icon tradition. The icon tradition flowed from the councils dealing with a considerable upheaval that happened in the church of the 8th and 9th centuries, called the iconoclastic controversy. If you don't know about this, I'm going to crush that delicious historical meal into a chewable lump. When the church became the official religion of the Roman Empire in 380 AD, it saw this massive boost in numbers and the insane quantity of tax revenue and funds flowing through its coffers as a sign of the fulfillment of God's promise. Very Old Testament. But then the mass of prominent Christians at that time, including the emperors of Constantinople, had Semitic heritage and Abrahamic lineage, and they still spoke the Semitic languages. 200 years of chest-thumping triumph later, and along pops Muhammad, 570 AD. Muhammad is a very interesting chap. He notices precisely the same universal human problem about him that God did and Christ resolved by his immolation, namely that man is prone to being enslaved. Muhammad solved it in a very human way. He allowed his hearers and his readers to obtain freedom by introducing a law to prohibit usury. He enacted this in his lifetime. The second associated thing that he did was introduce the word and the idea of the kafir, or in plural, kufir, meaning the person who is outside of the gang, who, under certain loose and easily abused prescriptions, benefits and wealth can be obtained anyhow without the moral oversight of God or the opprobrium of your local community. These two ideas meant that the most financially profitable place for a follower of Muhammad to be, the place where liberation from debts is most readily available, is at the territorial periphery of the idea. It has a conquesting character. So very quickly, within 100 years, Christians take a proper biffing all over Isauria, Mesopotamia, much of modern-day Turkey, in fact, Arabia, Egypt, Persia, Libya, and Spain. Also very Old Testament, our church leaders see this immediately as a sign of God's displeasure and put into action an immediate dismantling of anything that might be called an idol or a false god. Remember that, added to the Christians of ethnic Abrahamic origin, most people in possession of a Bible at this time were reading an extremely exotic text written by an obscure small tribe from far beyond the horizon of their known world, a book full of an emphatic language, strange beasts, and unfamiliar, indecipherable commands. In 720, down came anything that smacked of a golden calf, the teraphim, images, sacred pillars, high altars, and so forth. In response, for 120 years after 720 AD, the church set about defining what art is, what great acts are, and with some urgency too. After all, without great acts of art and high acts of culture, the church does not have the practical means to publicly resurrect society. After grappling with the practicalities, what emerged from the councils was not a new form of art, a superior form, but simply an extraordinary explanation of how humans perceive the invisible and the divine, one of the most significant advances in human thought in any age, anywhere on the planet, and the foundation stone of culture, cultus, worship. Human makers of things, they said, contemplate archetypes and then make a type. In a painting, for example, they place onto a flat surface an image derived from the root form. The viewer, standing before the type, is encouraged to communicate with the archetype. The maker of the painting and the painting itself fades away, and the archetype and the viewer enter into relationship, supplication, contemplation, or worship. Very clever, very true, very beautiful, a remarkable response. The church then nuanced its patronage of made objects depending on where they were to be placed. What follows gets to the heart of how the church extracts great acts from its people. Societies that prohibit the depiction of anything material are still very common. The prohibition arises naturally among people who have a habit or a proclivity to show undue deference for the guy in the vast military hat, to see the big man as the source of all good things and blessings. Iconoclasm is adopted in societies that habitually stagnate and sink into a slough of despond or erupt in civil strife when a great overlord or master turns away the hand of patronage. Inconceivable as this might seem to the irreverent Brits, this is a real thing. It's not all bad, and it's not a bad characteristic. This instinct, distilled and purified, recognizes before anything else the great spiritual power that lies behind the cloak of the cosmos and worships it. It sees the hand of God in everything rare. I will give you another example. From 2016 to 2019, I worked in Kuwait as a guest of a lady called Sheikha Sara al-Sabah. She was the sister of the Emir of Kuwait. And her best friend, who was a man called Mohammed al-Marzouk, who was the spitting image of Charlie Chaplin with a Saddam Hussein moustache. A very bright, very clever, very nuanced, very intelligent and very forceful man, a billionaire. On one occasion, he and I were walking across the sand in the middle of the desert at his stud farm, and he asked me about my family, and I said I have 7 children, which I did at that time. And he stopped in the sand, and he touched himself. I can't remember whether it was on his chest and his forehead. And he looked down, and he said in my company, "You have been touched. You have been blessed by a star from God. No, you have been blessed on the forehead by a star from God." And his reverence for me in that moment is like nothing I have received from anybody in the West. And it's, I think, where we get this idea of a lucky star on the forehead of a horse comes from. It is a wonderful gift. It is an enviable superpower to see this life as a shadow, a tissue, as a reed blowing in the wind. They are naturally profound mystics, mathematicians, ascetics, pattern makers, and astronomers. But rightly, they are very wary of anything that may be raised up as a potential idol. The church channeled this instinct with a new form of art that writes its message. Recognizably emblematic, the iconographic or written image form always contains writing. In the background is a description of the picture in the present tense, urging the viewer to enter the liturgical now, never pointing to the picture itself, always to the eternity beyond the image. Jesus being baptized is what it would say. Never, Jesus was baptized. Its forms are commonplace, never unique. The gold backgrounds are abstracted. The environment of the subject, trees, buildings, landscapes, are viewed not from a single devotee's viewpoint, but from many viewpoints, many sets of eyes at once, close to, far away, looking from above and from below. Every effort is made to avoid it triggering a fixation. Doesn't always work. There are icons in the world whose devotees unquestionably have ceased to see the archetype. As the territories of the church were reconquered in the subsequent centuries, these images were plastered everywhere like pennants or standards. They remain dominant in these regions today. Very clever, very deliberate, very nuanced. Put the right art in front of the right people. A word of caution: in putting the right art in front of the right people, public art has got to be good art. Excellent inspires devotion, said Bernini. The vast mass of artists in this time of personal truth claim that their art would be beyond criticism if they were only properly understood. Icon writers and painters suffer from this as much as anyone else. You will hear both abstract expressionists and icon painters utter the same sentence. I claim my art is more true and more perfect than other art. Truly, a great icon is a rare, majestic thing, extremely strange and important, just like any great work of art. But a sallow-skinned, slap-headed, inexpressive, badly drawn, mean little object is no less utilitarian and domestic than a decent tin teapot. Does a job, but then what? Don't ever hold back your critical faculties in front of any artist in the modern age claiming sanctuary in a zone beyond criticism. Put the right art in front of the right people. What about us lot in the north of Europe? Slaughtering our leaders is a national pastime. Pulling down and defacing statues makes no sense to us at all because we have zero inclination to laud anyone on a plinth. Our totemic individuals are all made of wicker. The longer a thing stands tall, the more likely it is to be burnt or scythed down. We don't naturally slip into idolatry. I was in Ramsgate at Easter. In an idle moment, I looked across the channel and thought of Augustine, quaking in his slippers in Roman Gaul. How long did he stand there on the quayside listening to the horror stories of the sailors and traders coming and going from England? 3 years? He eventually arrived here carrying two things that redirected authority away from him. Smart. First was a crucifix set on a stick. Not just a cross, but a crucifix, and one raised up as a standard. The other thing was a portrait of Jesus. These weren't icons, this was the 4th century. They were portraits. It was a face of Jesus that converted the people on these islands. We can imagine what these images were like because of what we know about ourselves. We absolutely loathe a lying hypocrite, even a well-intentioned one. It is hypocrisy that makes us place the axe to the root of the tree. So these images must have portrayed an honest, direct, and believable man. And he was clearly a triumphant underdog, and we like that too. This is an aside, but it is a staggering folly that there have been almost zero memorable images of Jesus commissioned in the UK since Sutherland's Pantocrator in Coventry Cathedral, 1962. But, like iconophobes, we have another characteristic that is both strength and weakness. Our profound and natural ability is to extract remarkable things from the natural world, from soil, from stone, from wood, from ore, from water, from plants. The higher aspects of our character prompt us to enter extremely closely into the essence of materials. We have an unquenchable thirst for it. We can make materials yield remarkable and incredibly complex structures and objects. To my mind, the remarkable thing about the pharaohs is that having set themselves up as gods, as the big man, and having access in the post-glacial era to an incredibly fertile country producing clearly in excess of food, and having access to an immeasurable quantity of very high-grade sandstone and labor. All they built was a triangle, pyramid. And to direct this tendency is an extreme necessity in the north, because this ability of ours all too easily descends into nature worship, into fear of the sky falling on our heads. No amount of education stops it. We are habitual animists and pantheists. For us, the planet herself can very swiftly become our guide, our authority, the chief member of our society. And she's just as big a tyrant, slave owner, spiller of innocent blood, and bringer of poverty as any of the wazzocks in vast military hats we confidently scoff at. The things we have made that still edify us, give us our confidence, are those where we have been guided to sublimate our instinct, the chief among them being the work of the great Christian Commonwealth, the Dark Ages and the Gothic. The Merovingian, Carolingian, Romanesque, and Gothic shows the dawning understanding of how best to draw European man up and away from his lower instincts. A life and a society well directed starts and finishes great acts. Substantial, well thought through, slowly crafted, and slowly is the key, slowly crafted acts of culture are the device without equal that correctly orientates the soul of a people and their affairs away from bondage. No other device so effectively splices the common acts of the common man and woman with the sacrifice of Calvary and the concomitant reward of the resurrection, freedom from debts. Different cultures require different nuances of the same idea. I have hinted at the difficulties I experienced in China. I haven't spoken about the indigenous peoples of the Americas, nor sub-Saharan Africa, nor India, nor Oceania, or Southeast Asia. Different cultures, different nuances, different strengths, different weaknesses. Making substantial, beautifully crafted acts of culture and nuancing them in your community sounds slow and expensive. It is. It is. Overturning our debt cost Christ everything he had. Culture costs not the expenditure of the excess, but the expenditure of everything. It's in starting a great act, in carrying it out, in finishing it, in expectation of the reward that follows. The entire business plan of a vigorous church, and a saint too, is this, that the confidence of the saints is that God of this vast universe is your friend. If God is your banker, there is no requirement for a plan B. Direct yourselves, as the LMS and Joseph Shaw encourage you to do, and those in your charge to start a great act, and don't look back. Get out of the boat, let go of the side, walk on the water. Thank you. That was my brief talk. Are there any questions from anyone here? Oh, that's not bad.
I would love to see how you paint and what you do.
Okay, here's a mnemonic for you. My name is Gillick. Sounds like Pillock, but with a G. And there's a website.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I am the only person you've ever met who doesn't have a computer. An email.
Ah.
I am a dinosaur. I live in the country.
No, I think you're a civilized woman.
I adore art, and that is my
Well, for those who are watching and those in the room, I have a website, but I'll show you afterwards on my phone. And then I'll talk to you about how to get that. Yes. I beg.
And statues are also early. There are many Lucan Madonnas.
Can you start from the beginning, please? Thank you.
You implied that icons are late. You implied that, maybe I got you wrong, but there are many Lucan Madonnas. Our Lady of Chesterhover is a Lucan Madonna, and actually there are Lucan statues of Our Lady. There are at least two in Italy, and there's a couple, at least two in Spain, and Nicodemus actually sculpted one, which is touched up a bit by St. Luke, and the first apparitions of Our Lady, Notre Dame del Pilar, Zaragoza, that has a statue, and that there are jewels with it. And St. James was sort of preaching and not doing well, and Our Lady bilocated, and loads became Christians, Catholics, and it's got a statue. And the second apparition was after Our Lady's death, I think, or I'm not quite sure quite when she died, 49, Notre Dame du Puy, in the south of France, and that's got a statue. So, the Orthodox don't like statues generally. And the point is that the Protestants and Orthodox don't generally like three-dimensional, but numbers, the brazen serpent set on a pole, if you looked at it, you were healed. That's a three-dimensional precursor of a crucifix. So, okay, over to you.
Is there a question attached to that?
That's important, yeah. Making many points which are important, yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Can you just wait for the microphone for a second? I think the microphone links to YouTube, so it enables people to listen clearly.
Thank you. Some years ago, I started to question the whole concept of art. Sacred images,
yes,
I think is what you've been talking about.
Yep.
So much sacred art, which is a term I don't get on with, but that's what it became when Napoleon raided the monasteries and churches of Italy and gave them to the civic authorities who created the art galleries that you can see till this day.
Yep.
And there are no candles burning in front of them. And I wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
Thoughts about what exactly?
About the validity of art as a notion.
Well, kind of important. It doesn't rock everybody's boats. Some people find everything they need in words. There are people who depend entirely for their faith on words and come to their faith through words. They read their way into belief. They read their way towards God. There are some people who find their way towards God in silence, Trappists and so forth. And there are many routes, but it is one of the true ways. Maybe not yours, but I wouldn't dismiss everybody else's necessity because you don't particularly feel a need for it. Indistinctness and breadth of experience within the church is something we've been talking about quite a lot today. It's quite important. So it is exceptionally important for some people. I don't see words, I see pictures. I have a massive library of images in my head. And the way I build something is I remember seeing it being done. My brain clearly doesn't work like other people's does. So I end up in the arts and you wouldn't.
Can I ask you something?
Where are we?
Are we here?
Yes.
Could you say something about what is bad about bad art? You explain that notion. I think there's a problem that we all have our instincts and often they're correct, but people find it very difficult to articulate what is wrong with art that we reject instinctively and kind of think is bad art.
Okay. our inability to say clearly what is and what isn't bad nowadays is our inability. We don't have the lexicon of words to properly judge what we're looking at. Various times in history, people have written down lexicons of word which help describe the thing they're looking at: permanent, square, rigid. There was a guy in the 14th century in Italy who wrote a lexicon of words which were based on some of the things that the Greeks decided about art. It's an incredibly difficult thing to try and explain in a very relativistic age. What is and what isn't bad art? You can tell when you see it. You have an instinct for it. Ask a specialist what is a really good thing and what isn't.
Do you think we know it when we see it?
No, not always. Not always. Let me take the icon of the three angels. Has everybody, the Trinity, the three angels, does everyone know of that? Take a very popular image. It's a really weird thing. It's got a scale to it. It's extremely daring. It's very original in its parts. It has a grace to it. It has a superfluity of many meritorious aspects. And the thing I described an icon being, that sallow-skinned, slap-headed, small-scale, badly drawn, badly coloured object, it's just measurably different. But nowadays we've had only until, I think, 1948, art and sculpture was part of the Olympics. So just like people were able to judge who jumped highest by measuring it, people also just recently used to be able to measure which was the best and the worst picture by a whole set of criterion. We don't really have those criterion anymore. So what we're doing is we are grappling our way towards a sense of truth. And in a situation like this, which is what partly a sense that the Latin Mass satisfies, is that when there's an enormous fog over everything, you retreat and you get off the battlefield and you retrench with something that's known and something that's truly beautiful and has been accepted as very beautiful for a long time. So if we can't tell, go back to something we know. And that's normally a great way of starting in an age like this where all sense of measurement has been lost. Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for a very interesting talk. It was gripping throughout. The question I've got is about how do you think the moral character of art can be affected by who did it or when it was done? So, for instance, at the moment there's quite a lot of controversy around the art of the former Jesuit Rupnik, whose behaviour was disgraceful. In Westminster Cathedral, we have the Stations of the Cross done by Eric Gill, who was a very odd man indeed. How do you think there is a connection between the moral character of the artist or the age and what another age or another place can take from the art? 'Cause I have no sympathy with Rupnik or his art, but I do rather like the Gill Stations, and when I found out about Gill, I was quite shocked by that, because a piece of art I liked had been produced by such a morally questionable person.
He wasn't a morally questionable person. He was one of the greatest monsters of the 20th century that we know about. He was an absolute sexual savage. Eric Gill. A church is a place, among other things, of refuge for people who have been badly harmed. I also think, to add to your two examples of Rupnik and Gill, Caravaggio was a naughty geezer. And I always think that when you look at his work, you get these really pellucid paintings. And he was a bloodthirsty man. He was a violent man. He wasn't a profoundly predatory man. And so there's something a little more comprehensible about his paintings. But he produced these pellucid paintings. I think the halt on the flight into Egypt the Holy Family with an angel with beautiful wings. It's got beautiful greys and reds. It's clearly done by a man in a state of grace, and he did fall in and out of favor with. And then he produced those bloodthirsty works when he was very tormented, when he was on the run. In Malta, there's a painting of the beheading of St. John. It's massive, if you can picture it. It's this huge, great canvas. I've seen it. It's inconceivably big and black and dark. And what people don't realize, you know, he signed his name with the blood coming out of St. John's neck. The act that he's describing, if you look at the painting, is that John has had his neck slit. He's not dying, so the executioner has turned him over and is kneeling on the back of his neck, and with his blade he's crunching through his spinal cord. It's like a properly violent image. And there's a real difference between that painting and the rest on the flight into Egypt. That there is evidence of life and the moral life changing in the course of a picture. What I would say about Eric Gill, and this goes to the question that happened before, is how can you tell good art from bad art? I don't know if you know about Eric Gill, but he slept with his sister his whole life from the age of 16, his daughters, his dog, his donkey, everybody. He was an astonishingly bad man. And people stand in front of those sculptures of his in Westminster Cathedral, and they can't tell the difference nowadays in the current age between a spiritual image and an image which is full, as Eric Gill's work of a sexual, a post-coital ennui and sense of exhaustion. That's what he was describing in everything he did. His work is not spiritual, it's profoundly sexual. And our eyes are closed nowadays to what that art actually, look at it again. Look at it. Rupnik's work is fractured and broken. There's an incredible division between what he was doing and what he was professing to do. And the whole split eye thing, where two persons of the Trinity share one eye, it's a manifestation of a very confused view of faith, life, and the way the two mix together. It is possible to tell bad art in that sense, but we really have lost our sensibility. Yes, so that's what I'd say. Look carefully, think carefully, see if you can actually see accurately in front of, and there is a real correlation. There's a correlation between a politician's bad behavior in private and the rest of his life. There has to be. You can't just put your mistress to one side and be a great man. It's just not possible. So there has to be an integrity within the life of the artist, certainly within church art, I would say. Sorry, I did see some other hands up. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the talk. You mentioned that great art has to be rooted on the cultus, which in itself is rooted on the sacrifice of Christ.
Yeah.
Can we find great art in non-Christian traditions or geographies? And if so, how do we sort of tell what's great there or not?
All things partly point towards an ultimate truth, and some things talk completely about them. There are elements in art from all over the world which show many of the elements of a proper understanding of what is sacred and divine. Of course they do. The human soul's movement towards God it occurs in everybody. And then there are more and more highly perfected versions of that. What I said in my talk is that you have to put the art in front of the right people. If you're working in Oceania, so I take that as an example because I know nothing really about their culture and their ways of expressing themselves. There are ways of nuancing and elevating their instincts within their art and perfecting it. That's the great job of a commissioner, is to think very closely about how the people need a thing expressed, and then to commission the artist with real specifics how to make that manifest. I hope that makes a little sense.
I have a question from our online viewers.
Yes.
And I think I know the answer already, but they might like to hear it from you. Do you think AI is capable of producing sacred art?
Well, no, of course not. I don't think there's even anything clever to say about that. AI is not as clever as people say it is. It's just collecting information and spitting it out, and it's going to be as thick as the internet is thick after a very short while. As most things over computers do, they degenerate. So it'll start smart and end up stupid. So no. No, it's purposeless. And there's also the added thing is that the act, talking about great acts, the sublimation of the physical work of a man making an object or a woman making an object is the whole point. The church asks human beings to lift their lives up by making a noble sacrifice of it. It's if you are a church leader and you have a whole room full of people or a church or a diocese to look after, the gainful employment of people in order to save their souls is one of the things you have to do. One of those things is to say, I know it's difficult, but do this. Do it slowly and do it carefully. Save yourself in that manner. I mean, you could do a beautiful image by AI, and I think a lot of people do produce sacred art using artificial intelligence augmented photographs. But what's the point?
Thank you. I thought I only got to ask so many questions because Joseph liked to throw the microphone at me, but thank you for passing it to me this time. So one of the observations made by the philosopher Roger Scruton was that if you build with practicality, pragmatism, utility in mind, then whatever you build very quickly becomes obsolete. But if you build, say, a work of architecture with privileging and prioritizing beauty, then that building will just be repurposed over and over again. And actually, the modern prejudice that you need to build for utility and think of beauty as just decorative as an afterthought, his observation here kind of turns that entirely on its head. But we have adopted that in the church, and we've built churches in that way. The famous example is Clifton Cathedral, that was built on its car park and everything, and now you can't fit cars in there, and the whole thing doesn't work, and it's still ugly, right? The building's still ugly. I wonder whether the upshot of what you're saying is a complete reordering of also how we not just approach our architecture, but our liturgical practices, even perhaps the way we dress, the way we present ourselves, the everyday small vernacular aesthetics.
Yes.
Of the absolute privileging, prioritizing of beauty so that actually things end up working that way.
Yes. Tiny, tiny steps is how beautiful things are made. I have a long-standing image which I turn back to every now and again, which is of Christ carrying his cross up Calvary and going past a man reading a newspaper, and he looks up for 15 seconds and then goes back to reading his newspaper. And then he walks past a woman discussing the price of eggs with her friend, and they look over for 15 minutes, and then they carry on talking about the price of eggs. Great acts are minuscule and very small. That man looking up from his newspaper went home to his wife that evening and said, I saw a man carrying his cross through town the other day, this morning. And then she says, oh, I read about that in the papers. That was that guy who used to steal stuff, wasn't it? What was the good thief called? Dismas. And they probably didn't even notice Christ. Great acts, great built works of architecture, great paintings, they have to be slowly done. And done in little pigeon steps. I remember I was involved in a project to build a new church at Walsingham in 2017, 2018. And I told the architect at the time, you won't get this massive, great big Byzantine place built, which is what he was planning, because Norfolk, people being Norfolk, I come from there. And they are flint hard, and they really don't like people building on their land. And I said, really how you build a completely new church here is you hire a man who would like to become a wood carver, and you start him carving the entrance gate where the pilgrims come in. And you start there, and you say, by the time your children's children have been in the house I'm going to let you live in for cheap, then you might have a church, but you go very slow. And in doing so, you build culture. So yes, speed, devastating to the arts. Devastating. The way they actually tried to do it at Walsingham was to raise £20 million in fast money, use, lent money, lent at interest, whack it up in 6 months, bash the planning permission through. It would have been terrible. But speed and delicacy, tenderness, and in all things. Yeah, it's a very defining characteristic of Christian art. Yes.
Thank you. What do you have to say about a lot of the modern art that is being made today, which is unimpressive, it's ugly, but for some reason there's some sort of infatuation, especially by the higher class and even people who aren't even of the high class, such as that banana taped to the wall, which sold for millions, and you also have that one person who goes and smacks a drum around the table and does all sorts of crazy things, and people pay for that. Where do you think that infatuation comes from? Would you say that's from a godless society, or it's something else?
One of the characteristics of most people who work in that scene, incredible insincerity. They actually don't give monkeys. They're very casual about their things, light touch, real cool. To profess a real intensity about your work is not actually, doesn't happen that often. The work of postmodernism is very closely related to the kind of subprime business model where you take an object, doesn't matter what it is, you give it oxygen in the press, you pump its value, you sell it to a mug, who sells it to another mug, and then you get the hell out. I mean, where's Damien Hirst's shark these days? It's done its job. You don't want to be the last person holding a Banksy, do you? I mean, honestly, but that level of insincerity, that sort of glib, it's not a fascination, it's a trick. It's very closely to do with the drawing down of money from institutions and from funding bodies and from people. And it's very glib. It's not a fascination. It's just it's a trick. Christians produce art which is deeply meaningful because we can't help it. We take serious things seriously. But not very many people actually, when you get down to it, I wouldn't worry about it, is what I'm saying, too much.
Thank you very much. We should draw it to a conclusion here.
Thank you very much.
I want to have a little bit of a break before we see His Eminence Cardinal Burke. And we also need to bring downstairs the... yes, I got it. Those involved in the liturgy who need to be part of the rehearsal are being called for downstairs in the little oratory. So this is the Vespers is going to be a splendid occasion, and we don't want anyone inadvertently setting light to the carpet. So we'll have a little break, just a few minutes.
Copy of your paper that
I've got my computer at home.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks. That's better than I expected. Thanks.
It's in reverse order.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, His Eminence is ready for us. So please resume your seats. Do you want to put him on the screen?
Yeah, we can put him up.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can chat with.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please resume your seats. In the strange world of technology in which we live, His Eminence Cardinal Burke is in a sense present. And we can have him on the screen. There he is. It's a great joy and privilege, and I'm looking at you on the screen, and I'm now turning my back on you because you can see, to have you with us, Your Eminence. Thank you so much for coming in all the way from America. And does anyone else need to make a noise coming into the room? Please do so. So, over to you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. It's an honor and indeed a pleasure to speak to you on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the Latin Mass Society. I deeply regret that I cannot be with you in person. It is my hope that my presentation will be both an expression of my longtime esteem for the Latin Mass Society and an encouragement for its ongoing and critical mission in the Church. Rightly, you have chosen as the theme for the Jubilee celebration the relationship between faith and culture. I address your theme in terms of sacred worship, the highest and most perfect expression of the Catholic faith, by reflecting on tradition as the proper principle of the Catholic liturgy. St. Paul experienced various difficulties in the early church in Corinth, but the most important difficulty in the life of the church community was the abuse that had entered into the celebration of the Most Holy Eucharist. In fact, in chapter 11 of his first letter to the Corinthians, St. Paul described a liturgical situation that was directly related to doctrinal and moral divisions among the members of the community. Addressing the situation, he stated, "But in the following instructions, I do not commend you, because when you come together, it is not for the better, but for the worse. For in the first place, when you assemble as a church, I hear that there are divisions among you, and I partly believe it, for there must be factions among you, in order that those who are genuine among you may be recognized. When you meet together, it is not the Lord's Supper that you eat. For in eating, each one goes ahead with his own meal, and one is hungry and another is drunk. What? Do you not have houses to eat and drink in? Or do you despise the church of God and humiliate those who have nothing? What shall I say to you? Shall I commend you in this? No, I will not." We can see from the text that divisions and factions in ecclesial life have corrupted the celebration of the sacred liturgy. In fact, if we reflect on the history of the Church, we will see that doctrinal and moral corruption in the Church is manifested in the falsification of divine worship, where the truth of doctrine and the goodness of morals are not respected, neither is the beauty of worship. According to the perennial wisdom of the Church expressed in a saying of Prospero of Aquitaine, the law of praying postulates the law of believing. In other words, the sacred liturgy is the highest expression of our life in Christ, and therefore, true worship cannot but reflect true faith. Rightly, we turn our attention to the rites of the sacred liturgy to understand more deeply every aspect of our Christian life. The sacred liturgy remains an irreplaceable source of our understanding of the faith and its practice. At the same time, if a disorder or corruption has entered in to the faith and its practice, it will not be able to bear the truth, beauty, and goodness contained in the worship of God in spirit and truth. It can also be said that the law of praying postulates the law of acting. To address authoritatively and definitively the situation of liturgical abuse, St. Paul taught the truth. The sacred liturgy is not the invention of the community, but its greatest treasure received from the hand of God. We already note that he referred to the Holy Eucharist as the Lord's Supper, not a meal belonging to the mundane life of the home, but to the spiritual life of the ecclesial assembly. Here is his teaching. For I have received from the Lord what I also delivered to you, that the Lord Jesus, on the night when he was betrayed, took bread, and when he had given thanks, he broke it and said, "This is my body, which is for you. Do this in remembrance of me." In the same way also the chalice after supper, saying, "This chalice is the new covenant in my blood. Do this as often as you drink it in remembrance of me. For as often as you eat this bread and drink the chalice, you proclaim the Lord's death until he comes." It is clear from the Apostles' words that the Eucharistic sacrifice comes to us by an unbroken transmission from the Lord, from his offering of the first Mass at the Last Supper. The Eucharistic sacrifice in every time and place is, in fact, communion in the Lord's death, in his sacrifice on Calvary, which he sacramentally anticipated at the first Eucharist, the Last Supper, until the consummation of his saving work on the last day. St. Paul then drew the just conclusions about the nature of the abuse of the Eucharist at Corinth. In clear and strong words he stated, "Whoever therefore eats the bread or drinks the cup of the Lord in an unworthy manner will be guilty of profaning the body and blood of the Lord. Let a man examine himself, and so eat of the bread and drink of the cup. For anyone who eats and drinks without discerning the body eats and drinks judgment upon himself." St. Paul concludes his instruction on the institution of the Eucharist as a response to liturgical abuses in Corinth by reminding us that sacrileges, sins against the most sacred realities of life in Christ in the Church, necessarily carry with them judgment and require due reparation. Taking the beginning from the liturgical doctrine and discipline manifested in the text of St. Paul, I would like to illustrate now how the Church has always understood the celebration of the sacred liturgy to be established by the Lord, and therefore as an expression of fidelity to tradition, to what the Lord transmits to us in the Church. This fidelity in the classical language of the Church is the observance of the divine rite of the Ius Divinum. Then I would like to comment on the intent of the reform of the sacred liturgy mandated by the Second Vatican Ecumenical Council, faithful to tradition, to the divine rite, and the implementation of the same reform through the liturgical discipline established by Pope St. John Paul II and Pope Benedict XVI. The Ius Divinum and the sacred liturgy. Respect for tradition is nothing less than respect for the jus divinum, for the right and just relationship between God and his creation, especially man, the only earthly creature created in God's own image and likeness. God breathed into man's nostrils the breath of life. It is clear that such respect is manifested first of all in the sacred liturgy as the highest and most perfect expression of the relationship between God and man. During recent decades, however, the sense of the relationship between the jus divinum and the sacred liturgy has been lost from liturgical discussion, particularly in the post-conciliar time, but certainly not because of the teaching of the Second Vatican Ecumenical Council. There has been an exaggerated focus on the human aspect of the sacred liturgy, which has left out the essence of the sacred liturgy as God's encounter with us through sacramental signs, that is, as the direct action of the glorious Christ in the Church to give us the grace of the Holy Spirit. Thus, one can easily see how the true juridical structure of worship, the ordering of worship according to man's right relationship with God, has been overlooked. The patent antinomianism which marked Western culture in the late 1960s entered into the life of the Church. Among its most hideous manifestations has been liturgical antinomianism. Here it is helpful to recall the words of Pope St. John Paul II on the very nature of law in the Church. Writing on the nature and purpose of the Code of Canon Law in the Apostolic Constitution Sacrae Disciplinae Leges, by which the present code was promulgated, he recalled the distant patrimony of law contained in the books of the Old and New Testament, from which is derived the whole juridical legislative tradition of the Church as from its first source. At the same time, he recalled the will of the Savior. He declared, Christ the Lord indeed did not in the least wish to destroy the very rich heritage of the law and the prophets, which was gradually formed from the history and experience of the people of God in the Old Testament, but he brought it to completion, such that in a new and higher way, it became part of the heritage of the New Testament. Canon law is the concrete manifestation of the right and just in every aspect of ecclesial life, and especially in divine worship. Highlighting the very nature of the Code of Canon Law as a legal legislative expression of the divine and human reality of the redemptive incarnation, Pope John Paul II described the purpose of the Code of Canon Law in these words. This being so, it appears sufficiently clear that the Code is in no way intended as a substitute for faith, grace, charisms, and especially charity in the life of the Church and of the faithful. On the contrary, its purpose is rather to create such an order in the ecclesial society that while assigning the primacy to love, grace, and charisms, it at the same time renders their organic development easier in the life of both the ecclesial society and the individual persons who belong to it. Canon law then must serve and safeguard first and foremost the jus divinum, that is the due fundamental relationship of the world and especially of man with God, our Creator and Savior, as a divine gift, as participation in his being, which is truth, beauty, and goodness. Pope John Paul II explained the necessity of canonical discipline with these words. Since the Church is organized as a social and visible structure, it must also have norms in order that its hierarchical and organic structure be visible, in order that the exercise of the functions divinely entrusted to it, especially that of sacred power and of the administration of the sacraments, may be adequately organized, in order that the mutual relations of the faithful may be regulated according to justice based upon charity, with the rights of individuals guaranteed and well defined. In order, finally, that common initiatives undertaken to live a Christian life ever more perfectly may be sustained, strengthened, and fostered by canonical norms. It can be seen that after the preservation and promotion of the organic life of the Church as instituted by Christ, ecclesial law is directed first to the highest and most perfect expression of that life, the exercise of sacred power and the administration of the sacraments. The necessity of canonical discipline for fidelity to the unbroken tradition of liturgical action, of the proper observance of the Jus Divinum in the sacred liturgy, entrusted by the Lord to the Church, is evident. The Holy Scripture. When God offered the covenant to his chosen people to repair the covenant violated by the sin of Adam and Eve, he founded the restored covenant of faithful and enduring love between him and his people on the 10 Commandments, the Decalogue. The first 3 commandments, in fact, express the essence of Jus Divinum, the right of God to be recognized as the creator of the world and the Lord of history, and therefore the exclusive recipient of man's worship. Let us recall that Satan tempted Adam and Eve to sin against the one commandment which the Lord gave to them, namely, not to eat of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, lest they die, with the words, "You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." Our forefathers were deceived, not recognizing God as the source of their being and all their good, but assuming the claim to be equal to God. The first 3 commandments of the Decalogue restore the right relationship between God and man based on divine right. The Decalogue begins with the identification of the Lord as the only God, creator and savior. "I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage." Then there immediately follows the prohibition of all idolatry. "You shall have no other gods before me." The commandment to always honor the holy name of the Lord. "You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain." And the precept of the observance of the Lord's Day. "Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy." The other 7 commandments of the Decalogue are derived from these first 3 commandments, which establish and safeguard the divine right. In the Code of the Covenant, which follows the declaration of the Decalogue, the first focus is on divine worship and specifically on the altar. God, drawing the people's attention to the fact that he has come from heaven to speak to them, commands, "An altar of earth you shall make for me, and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and your peace offerings, your sheep and your oxen. In every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I will come to you and bless you." After the ratification of the covenant, detailed rules for divine worship are listed. After the account of the offering and ratification of the covenant in the book of Exodus, the book of Leviticus contains detailed regulations for the priests, the Levites, so that they can fulfill the responsibility for divine worship and therefore for the sanctification of the people. From this brief examination of the content of the covenant between God and man, we see as a fundamental principle the Jus Divinum, God's right to receive man's worship in the way he commands. It is clear that divine worship and the sanctification of the people, which is its fruit, is ordained by God himself. It is not man's invention, but God's gift by which he makes it possible for man to sacrifice peace offerings to him. In the Sermon on the Mount, in which the Lord Jesus communicated the law of the new covenant, the first beatitude is poverty of spirit, which recognizes the Lord as the source of being itself and of all good. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. The other Beatitudes depend on recognizing our relationship with God and effectively expressing the same through poverty of spirit. After proclaiming the Beatitudes as the law of the new covenant and the exhortation to be the salt of the earth and the light of the world, so that others, seeing the holy people, give glory to your Father who is in heaven, the Lord declared his mission regarding the law. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law and the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, not an iota, not a dot will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Whoever then relaxes one of the least of these commandments and teaches men so shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But he who does them and teaches them shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. The Lord's words confirm the fundamental service of the law, to honor and safeguard the jus divinum, divine right, and in this way to honor and safeguard the order inscribed by God in his creation, and above all, in the hearts of men. All norms are directed to this right relationship on which the salvation of the world depends, and so they must be obeyed as God's command and not man's invention. Otherwise, God's law is corrupted for human purposes. After declaring the sanctity of the law, the Lord exhorted the disciples with these words, "For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven." Only by observing and honoring God's right to be known, worshiped, and served as he commands does man find his happiness. When the Lord met the Samaritan woman at Jacob's well, he revealed himself as the Messiah with the words, "I who speak to you am he." In the conversation with the Samaritan woman that precedes the revelation, the Lord corrected her violation of natural law on the indissolubility of marriage by instructing her on the true worship of God, the worship of God in spirit and truth. It is clear from his teaching that faith in him as the Messiah, as the Son of God made man, is expressed first of all in the worship due to God. At the Lord's Supper, when Christ instituted the Eucharistic sacrifice, he directly gave the mandate, "Do this in remembrance of me. Do this as often as you drink it in remembrance of me." It is clear that the Eucharist, the worship offered to God in spirit and truth, is not an invention of man, but is God's gift to man. In a similar manner, when Christ was about to ascend to the Father's right hand in heaven, he gave the mandate to the disciples, "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go, therefore, and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you." It is evident that true worship, for example, the bestowal of the Holy Spirit by the sacrament of baptism, is by nature an act corresponding to God's right and therefore performed according to the Lord's directions. Fundamental to the deepest understanding of the sacred liturgy, the ultimate source and highest realization of Christian life, is the understanding of its juridical structure, that is, its place in the right relationship between God and man. Divine worship is transmitted to us by Christ in the Church, his mystical body. Given the antinomian culture in which we live, and which has a strong influence within the Church, attention to liturgical law seems totally alien, or at least esoteric. But without a proper appreciation of the legal structure of the sacred liturgy, the Church's greatest and most beautiful treasure is subject to misunderstanding and even abuse. The Second Vatican Ecumenical Council. On December 4th, 1963, the day of the promulgation of Sacrosanctum Concilium, the Constitution on the Sacred Liturgy of the Second Vatican Ecumenical Council, and the concluding day of the second period of the Council, Pope St. Paul VI delivered an address to the Council Fathers, by which he reviewed the work of the second period of the Council. He expressed great joy for the work of the Council, and in particular for the promulgation of its first document, the Constitution on the Sacred Liturgy. In that regard, he observed, "We may see in this, the promulgation of the schema on the Sacred Liturgy, an acknowledgement of a right order of values and duties. God in the first place, prayer our first duty, the liturgy, the first school of spirituality, the first gift we can bestow upon Christians who believe and pray with us. It is the first invitation to the world to break forth in happy and truthful prayer, and to feel the ineffable life-giving force that comes from joining us in the song of divine praise and of human hope through Christ our Lord and in the Holy Spirit." The fundamental thrust of the Council's work, and especially its work on liturgical issues, is clear. First and foremost, the Council is to serve and to foster the transmission of the divine life communicated to us in the Church, and first and foremost in divine worship as its first source. It is equally clear that the sacred liturgy is the first gift the Church offers to the Christian people and is the first invitation to the world to faith, prayer, and worship. Noting the intention that the sacred rites be simplified so that they may be better understood by the faithful and better adapted to the language of our time, he expressed an important caution in these words. "We certainly do not want to lessen the importance of prayer or to give it less importance than other forms of the sacred ministry or pastoral activity, or to impoverish its most significant force and ancient artistic elegance. On the contrary, we wish to render the liturgy more pure, more genuine, more in agreement with the source of truth and grace, more suitable to be transformed into a spiritual patrimony of the people." Indeed, he went on to express his desire that none of the norms of the Church's public prayer be neglected for the introduction of private changes or singular rites, that no one usurp the power of the conciliar constitution by his own will before certain and suitable norms in the matter were enacted and possible changes were legitimately approved. He concluded his remarks on the Constitution on the Sacred Liturgy by emphasizing the universal nature of the sacred liturgy and warning against any abuse of liturgical rites. Therefore, let the magnificent prayer of the Church resound with harmonious melody throughout the world. Let no one disturb it. Let no one violate it. the Roman pontiff's understanding regarding the discipline that should govern the sacred liturgy so that it remains faithful to tradition and therefore observant of divine law is clear. Reading his words in the context of the history of the abandonment of canonical liturgical discipline that succeeded the promulgation of the Constitution on the sacred liturgy, one marvels at the fact that at least in many places, these words remained unheard, or if heard, unheeded. In fact, in many ways, the total sense of canonical discipline seems to have been more or less quickly abandoned after the promulgation of Sacrosanctum Concilium. The Second Vatican Ecumenical Council repeated the constant teaching on the Church's exclusive authority for the proper discipline of the sacred liturgy, distinguishing between two parts of the liturgy: unchangeable elements divinely instituted and elements subject to change, which not only may be changed, but ought to be changed with the passage of time if they have suffered from the intrusion of anything out of harmony with the inner nature of the liturgy, or become less suitable. Regarding the elements susceptible to change, the Council enunciated clear rules, namely, this is from number 22 of Sacrosanctum Concilium. Number 1, regulation of the sacred liturgy depends solely on the authority of the Church, that is, on the Apostolic See, and as laws may determine, on the bishop. Number 2, in virtue of power conceded by law, the regulation of the liturgy within certain defined limits belongs also to various kinds of bishops' conferences legitimately established with competence in given territories. Number 3, therefore, no other person, not even a priest, may add, remove, or change anything in the liturgy on his own authority. The sacred liturgy is due to God as he himself instituted it. As the Church has always taught, it cannot be reduced to the activity of some individual, not even a priest, but must be governed with respect for divine law by the law of the Church, by the supreme authority, that is, by the Roman pontiff and the bishops in communion with him. Conciliar legislation introduces a new element in the development of liturgical law, namely the possibility of the exercise of governance over the sacred liturgy by the conferences of bishops. The element is new not only from the disciplinary, but also from the doctrinal point of view. For while the Roman pontiff and the bishops exercise jurisdiction over the sacred liturgy by virtue of divine law, the Conference of Bishops is an institution of positive law. It is the divinely vested authority of the Roman pontiff and bishop to teach, sanctify, and govern. At the same time, especially in the case of a large conference of bishops, their exercise of power in liturgical matters has brought with it serious difficulties. It is not possible here to enter more deeply into the discussion of the complex issue of the authority of the Conference of Bishops in relation to the authority of the Roman Pontiff and the authority of the diocesan bishop in communion with him, but it must be duly considered in any in-depth study of liturgical law after the Second Vatican Ecumenical Council. With regard to the rules clearly set forth in the Constitution on the sacred liturgy, the third instruction on the correct implementation of the Constitution on the sacred liturgy, Liturgicae Instaurationes, issued by the Sacred Congregation for Divine Worship on September 5, 1970, openly acknowledged a certain confusion caused by a lack of respect for the relationship between the authority of the Apostolic See and the authority of the diocesan bishop in the discipline of the sacred liturgy, that is, in safeguarding the essential liturgical tradition. Commenting on the implementation of the conciliar liturgical reforms, the instruction observed, "There were those who, for the sake of conserving ancient traditions, were unwilling to accept these reforms. There were others who, concerned with urgent pastoral needs, felt that they could not wait for the definitive reform to be promulgated. As a result, some individuals acting on private initiative arrived at hasty and sometimes unwise solutions and made changes, additions, or simplifications which at times went against the basic principles of the liturgy. This only troubled the faithful and impeded or made more difficult the progress of genuine renewal. The instruction acknowledged the Holy See's timely request for intervention to deal with the situation, but replied by stating that such intervention, I quote, was not deemed advisable while the concilium was engaged in bringing about and guiding the work of the renewal. According to the thinking of the Sacred Congregation, once the work of the concilium was completed, that is in 1970, the instruction could be issued. The instruction then proceeds to offer a series of directives, including a directive on continued liturgical experimentation. The last directive deals with the reality of the sacred liturgy in the universal church, stating, "The present reform offers liturgical prayer as it should be, flowing from centuries of living spiritual tradition. The work of the whole people of God, structured in its variety of orders and ministries, should be visible in the way the reform is carried out. For only in this unity of the whole body of the church can the liturgy's efficacy and authority be guaranteed." The directive concludes by stressing the irreplaceable office of the church's pastors in safeguarding and promoting the unity of the sacred liturgy according to the living tradition, declaring, "They will listen to the needs of the present day in a way which is far from a secularism and arbitrary attitude which would threaten the liturgical reform." With all due respect, one must ask, what pastoral needs justify actions on the part of pastors often contrary to the fundamental norms of the liturgy? At the same time, the logic of allowing such serious abuses for a few years because the concilium was still working is not evident. In other words, the concilium's ongoing work did not prohibit intervention in correcting serious abuses. In fact, as early as 1970, uncorrected abuses were widely spread in various parts of the church. Time does not permit me to enter into an adequate discussion of the work of the concilium. What must be noted is the failure of the concilium to bring discipline to a situation of widespread and grievous liturgical abuse, to practices which were contrary to the fundamental norms of the liturgy, to the living tradition. The situation of liturgical renewal was strongly on the mind of Pope St. John Paul II. For example, in 1980, he devoted his second letter from Maundy Thursday, Dominici Cene, to a consideration of the relationship between the priesthood and the sacred liturgy, and especially with the Blessed Sacrament. In the last part of Dominici Cene, he expressed his concern about the erosion of the universal nature of the church's worship by a certain creative freedom. He stated, "We can follow the path of this pluralism, which arises in part from the introduction itself of the various languages into the liturgy, only as long as the essential characteristics of the celebration of the Eucharist are preserved, and the norms prescribed by recent liturgical reform are respected." Referring to the mystery of faith entrusted to the Church, he reminded bishops and their priests of the nature of their liturgical service. He wrote, "Every priest who offers the holy sacrifice should recall that during this sacrifice, it is not only he with his community that is praying, but the whole Church, which is thus expressing in this sacrament her spiritual unity, among other ways by the use of the approved liturgical text." To call this position mere insistence on uniformity would only show ignorance of the objective requirements of authentic unity and would be a symptom of harmful individualism. This subordination of the minister, the celebrant, to the mysterium, which has been entrusted to him by the Church for the good of the whole people of God, should also find expression in the observance of the liturgical requirements concerning the celebration of the Holy Sacrifice. It is the mystery of faith to which St. Paul refers in his account of the institution of the Holy Eucharist, when he humbly and confidently declares, "For I received from the Lord what I also delivered to you." Dominici Cene was followed by the instruction Inestimabile Donum of the Sacred Congregation for the Sacraments and Divine Worship. While noting positive aspects of the post-conciliar liturgical reform, the instruction expressed concern at the varied and frequent abuses being reported from different parts of the Catholic world. The confusion of roles, especially regarding the priestly ministry and the role of the laity, indiscriminate shared recitation of the Eucharistic prayer, homilies given by lay people distributing communion while the priest refrained from doing so. An increasing loss of the sense of the sacred, abandonment of liturgical vestments, the Eucharist celebrated outside church without real need, lack of reverence and respect for the Blessed Sacrament, and so forth. Misunderstanding of the ecclesial character of the liturgy, the use of private texts, the proliferation of unapproved Eucharistic prayers, the manipulation of the liturgical texts for social and political ends. Quoting a text from the Summa Theologiae of St. Thomas Aquinas, the instruction declared, "In these cases, we are face to face with a real falsification of the Catholic liturgy." And then the quote from St. Thomas, "One who offers worship to God on the Church's behalf in a way contrary to that which is laid down by the Church with God-given authority, and which is customary in the Church, is guilty of falsification." The instruction then provides 27 norms for the celebration of Holy Mass and for Eucharistic worship outside Mass. It concludes by noting that the difficulties encountered in implementing the liturgical reform ordered by the Second Vatican Council stem from the fact that neither priests nor faithful have perhaps been sufficiently aware of the theological and spiritual reasons for which the changes have been made in accordance with the principles laid down by the Council. The instruction insists priests must acquire an ever deeper understanding of the authentic way of looking at the Church, of which the celebration of the Mass is the living expression. I would say, as Pope Benedict XVI luminously illustrated in his Christmas address to the Roman Curia in 2005, that the source of the difficulties is a loss of knowledge of sacred tradition as the irreplaceable vehicle of transmission of the sacred liturgy. In my presentation to the Fourth International Liturgical Conference, FOTA, in July 2011, I described Pope John Paul II's concern for the authentic reform of the sacred liturgy from the beginning of his pontificate, and with particular insistence at the end of his pontificate. His teaching and its continuation during the pontificate of Pope Benedict XVI clearly indicate that proper attention to liturgical norms does not constitute a kind of legalism or rubricism, but an act of deep respect and love for the Lord, who has given us the gift of divine worship, an act of deep love that has as its irreplaceable foundation the knowledge and cultivation of tradition. The legislation regarding what is now known as the extraordinary form of the Roman Rite deserves special attention. Pope John Paul II's apostolic letter, Ecclesia Dei, and the earlier letter, Quatuor ab hinc annos, of the Sacred Congregation for Divine Worship, permitted to some degree the celebration of the form of the Roman Rite that was in force before the post-conciliar reforms. Pope Benedict XVI more extensively defined and developed the discipline regarding the two forms of the one Roman Rite through his apostolic letter Summorum Pontificum, together with the accompanying letter addressed to the bishops and the instruction Universae Ecclesiae of the Pontifical Commission Ecclesia Dei. In his letter to the bishops, Pope Benedict made it clear that the celebration of the two forms of the Roman Rite can be mutually enriching. In this sense, it should be noted that the adjective extraordinary applied to the form of the Roman Rite does not mean abnormal or rare. Indeed, the celebration of the Roman Rite according to the extraordinary form is normative. It is also rightly named usus antiquior to express that it is the more ancient normal form of the sacred liturgy in the Roman Rite. Later in the same letter, applying the hermeneutic of reform or continuity, Pope Benedict XVI emphasized that the celebration of both forms of the Roman Rite is an expression of the necessary continuity of the two forms. He wrote, "There is no contradiction between the two editions of the Roman Missal. In the history of the liturgy, there is growth and progress, but no rupture. What earlier generations held as sacred remains sacred and great for us too. And it cannot be all of a sudden entirely forbidden or even considered harmful. It behooves all of us to preserve the riches which have developed in the Church's faith and prayer and to give them their proper place." Through the faithful application of the juridical norms contained in Universae Ecclesiae, and by their development and perfection over time, the reform desired by the Second Vatican Council was more faithfully served in fidelity to tradition. With the promulgation of the motu proprio Traditionis Custodes, the liturgical peace, which was the fruit of the application of Summorum Pontificum, has been most seriously disturbed. Time does not permit me to present the serious theological and canonical questions, especially regarding the fidelity to tradition, which Traditionis Custodes and the series of documents which followed it raise. It is my hope that those serious questions which have rightly impeded the acceptance of the law contained in Traditionis Custodes will be addressed at the earliest possible time. In conclusion, I hope that these reflections have in some way illustrated tradition as the proper principle of Catholic liturgy, both from the study of the Church's constant teaching and from the experience of post-conciliar liturgical renewal. In this, I wanted to emphasize the humble but essential service of liturgical law to the mission of the Church, and especially to the source and highest expression of its mission, the sacred liturgy. In a special way, I hope that my reflections have made clear the fundamental need for respect for the juridical structure of the sacred liturgy. In truth, the proper understanding of the sacred liturgy begins with consideration of God's objective relationship with man, a relationship that demands the worship of God on the side of man, according to God-given teaching in sacred scripture and tradition. Recognizing the proper principle of the sacred liturgy and tradition, it is understood that the act of divine worship in relation to the jus divinum requires a clear, consistent, and universal discipline directed to man's right disposition in divine worship, that is, care so that man offers worship to God in the manner entrusted to us by God himself. The disposition of divine worship is cultivated through the discipline that disposes man to raise his heart to the Lord, to offer worship to God in spirit and truth. I also hope that consideration of the organic development of liturgical discipline from the earliest days of the Church will foster an appreciation of the essential and distinct responsibilities of the Roman Pontiff and the diocesan bishop for the right ordering and discipline of divine worship. Finally, I express the hope that these reflections will contribute in some small way to the liturgical renewal mandated by the Second Vatican Council according to the intention of the Council Fathers as expressed by Pope St. Paul VI on the day of the promulgation of Sacrosanctum Concilium. Referring to the Council's intent, he declared, "We certainly do not want to lessen the importance of prayer or to give it less importance than other forms of the sacred ministry or pastoral activity, or to impoverish its most significant force and ancient artistic elegance. On the contrary, we wish to render the liturgy more pure, more genuine, more in agreement with the source of truth and grace, more suitable to be transformed into a spiritual patrimony of the people." These reflections, in fact, are inspired by the hope expressed by Pope Paul VI at the conclusion of his reflections on the newly promulgated Constitution, Sacrosanctum Concilium. Therefore, let the magnificent prayer of the Church resound with harmonious melody throughout the world. Let no one disturb it. Let no one violate it. May a renewed appreciation of tradition as the proper principle of the sacred liturgy result in the realization of the hope of the Council Fathers in communion with the Roman Pontiff. Once again, happy 60th anniversary to the Latin Mass Society. May God grant you many, many more years. Thank you for your attention. May God bless you, your families, and your homes.
On behalf of everyone here, oh dear, we've got feedback here. But on behalf of everyone here, I'd like to thank His Eminence very much for his address. If he can give us a few more minutes, perhaps there may be one or two questions.
That will be fine. I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Okay. Would anyone like to ask a question? We don't have to ask a question.
Thank you for your talk, Your Eminence. I have a friend who's Eucharistic minister at parish, and when I talk to them about possibly stopping, they always say "Oh, if I don't do it, someone else might do it improperly." Is this a correct argument, or what should I say to them?
Well, this is a difficult question. I think that a person needs to say to himself, this is not right for me to be doing it. And that's within his responsibility. He can't take within his responsibility what others who are acting as extraordinary ministers of Holy Communion may be doing. And so I know a number of people who, in very good faith, have accepted to be extraordinary ministers of Holy Communion, who have come to understand better the tradition and have ceased, have asked to be freed from this responsibility. And if your friend understands that correctly, then he certainly, or she should certainly act accordingly.
We have a question from a journalist, Mr. Jonathan Luxmore.
Your Eminence, could you just say a little bit more to us, clearly, maybe even concretely, what are your hopes for the new Holy Father, Pope Leo, in this area? What would you like to see him do? If you could say a little bit more about that, please.
Well, I suppose to put it very plainly, it is my hope that he will put an end to the present persecution of the faithful in the Church who desire and worship God according to the more ancient usage of the Roman Rite, this persecution from within the church. And I certainly have already had occasion to express that to the Holy Father, and certainly something that, it is my hope that he will, as soon as it is possible, take up the study of this question and try to restore the situation as it was after Summorum Pontificum, and even to continue to develop what Pope Benedict XVI had so wisely and lovingly legislated for the Church.
Well, with renewed thanks, Your Eminence, we wish you a very good evening. We have Vespers shortly, and we give you our thanks again. We have a bit of a gap before Vespers, which gap I think is probably necessary for those who are involved in Vespers, but we can talk amongst ourselves. Those who wish to stay for Vespers, it's at past. It'll start on time, and thank you all very much.